catch you later. See ya.
All right, looks like my microphone's working. Excellent. All right, looks like my microphone's working. Excellent.
Oh, yeah!
Alright, thanks for the follow there, Pepper. Just saw that come in. Looks like my alerts are actually working. Excellent. Still trying to get this figured out here. I see we've got Waffle House joining. Thanks for viewing. We're going to get started here in just a second. Alright, and I got a cat. So you're going to hear Charles, I'm sure. Alright, let me go back to my chat view. Hey, there's Polly. Alright.
Oh, yeah!
And we got another follow from Waffle House. Thank you so much. Waffle House is the cream of the crop. Alright, so I've changed the layout a little bit. So now I've got my main camera off in the corner so you can see all the lineup of the games here. But WrestleMania was the easiest one to hook up. So I've got the blue mic set up, which sounds like it's working way better than the other mic a couple nights ago. And then I can look into my office and actually see the full screen over there with the alerts and everything, which is really cool. Yeah, Royal Rumble right next to me. And this one, I'll probably play this, not tonight, but I guess I could from this angle, but it's not as good. It'd be hard to reach the playfield cam over. But I've done a lot of work on fixing up the Royal Rumble, and it's got amazing sound. So that'll... I've played WrestleMania in a long time just because the code is not great. It's very limited in what you can do. So I figured out different strategies for scoring. You know, on high score, it's not as fun to play if you're going for high score. If you're just playing to have fun, then I mean you're going to have a low score, but it'll be a little more fun. So it's really out of whack. Come on, kitty, move. All right. So I think I'm going to go ahead and start this up here. If it's too loud, let me know, because I set the settings a little bit. I think it's too loud for me even. Let me go down here. That's probably good. Alright, so when you start the game here, you can pick which wrestler you want to choose. I've got to go with Hulk Hogan. And then of course there's a skill shot. So you want to time it when the lights are flashing up the ladder, and each one has a different skill shot. The code doesn't implement properly, so it's almost better just to launch it all the way up into the ring. So at this point, now I'm in a match with Sheamus, and you have to hit up the ramps to get up into the ring to hit moves on your opponent. And these are fairly tight ramps, and I haven't played in quite a while, so I'm probably not going to do very well to begin with until I get warmed up. And again, once the match starts, you're best off just auto-launching all the way up into the ring rather than going for the skill shot this time. So in the ring, then you have the flippers, the ring flippers, and each of the flashing lights, red or blue, will actually perform a move. So there's the Hogan leg drop. And you can control they're called the slammers, which are really just slingshots. And the point is, once you hit it into the cup at the very top, and that counts your pinfall. In the latest code update that was several months ago, they actually set it where if you do enough damage, it'll automatically progress to the next match, because it was a real pain to try to pin them every time. Alright, here we go. And that's the worst. If you get low momentum coming out of anywhere in the center section, it loves to just go right down the center. There's actually a loop right under the ring that is incredibly fast. But if you hit it really slow, it'll trickle right down the middle, which happens frequently. I also put a shaker motor in this thing, and it's way overpowered. So when you hit your special moves, it shakes, and when you hit your finisher, the entire thing vibrates. Alright, so there's the under the ring loop. So if you want to score, big time score here, if you want a good, you know, up in the multi-millions, the only way to really do it is try to avoid starting a match, and then kick up to the top, and then complete the rollover lanes at the very top. And that's how you build your multiplier, because in this game, the biggest score you can get is your end of ball bonus. So in the center of the playfield there, you can see where it's adding up, just like in classic retro, you know, early 80s pinball. It starts counting up all of your points, and then you have your multipliers. And the multipliers are created by filling your rollover lanes at the top. And so you can get up to a total of 25 million as a bonus, end of ball bonus. Oh, and we got Stash Kid as a follower. Awesome. Stash Kid's a funky monkey. Funky like a monkey. I haven't even hit those ramps yet. I gotta get my timing back. So at this point, I'm not actually in a match. So the tag team mode is available when you're not in a match. So there's these two stand-up targets for your tag. Once you hit both of those, then the little cup over here sets up your tag team. And you have to hit that twice and then hit the ramp to start the mode. And it's really a multi-ball mode, and you get a lot of points in it, but it has no end. It's just basically you keep going and going and going until you lose a ball. There we go. Alright, so no points or bonus or anything for actually staying up in the ring. So it's better to let it drain, even though the slammers stay active the entire time. That's one thing a lot of people complained about, is the slammers end up, you know, you kind of want to play with the ball up there, but it ends up keeping the ball at the top and there's nothing really happening. So unless you're in a match, you really don't want to be in the ring. Let me check my chat. I got to remember to look at the chat here. Nice, glad to see other people showing up. Alright, so let's try to complete more of the rollovers. And I may accidentally start a match here if I hit that other W in the drop targets. Yep, I did. So these three drop targets, the WWE, when you drop those, it starts a match and you hear the ring announcer start calling for the match. And then until you actually go up the ramp into the ring, you don't know who your opponent is. So you're technically in a match, which disables a lot of the stuff on the playfield, and you have to go up into the ring to start. And there's really no points in matches at this point. I mean, you get matches as you complete, and you work your way up to winning title belts. But the score, if you want a high score, you pretty much avoid all the matches until you've built up a 5x multiplier, which is not an easy task. Yeah, this game truly is all about the bonus at this point. There's a ton of modes, and it has a lot of potential, but a lot of them aren't implemented yet, and that's a real pain, because it's been out a year now. There is a lot of talk that Lyman Sheets was assigned to finish this game, which is really exciting. My cat is scurrying around over here. What are you doing? Hey, come on. And so with Lyman on here, I feel more confident that he's going to come up with some amazing rules that'll make this work a lot better. Because it's a beautiful game, and of course, as a wrestling fan, I just absolutely love the look of this limited edition package, especially with Hulk Hogan on the back glass, and it's just beautiful. And especially when you have it side by side with all these other classic pins, you can see how much brighter it is. Even though I have done LED upgrades on pretty much all of these except Genesis, this one just stands out. It's beautiful. All right, so let's go with The Undertaker. So I'm going to try for the skill shot. The third lit one is actually an advanced multiplier. So, oh, I think I got it. It did. And sometimes it's better to let it drain because you still have that ball save. For some reason, the momentum coming out of that skill shot is pretty much straight down the middle. And so the very beginning here, I'm in a match. There was a clothesline. I hit the pin, and he kicked out. And this is against Cesaro. So there's the body slam. And then I kicked out the left ramp here. That third flipper is exclusive to the limited edition, and I find it's not valuable at all at this point. The advantage to using it is you can hit over here, you have signature move upgrades, and you can hit those stand-up targets, and what that does is powerful. But because there's really no there's no advantage to that other than maybe progressing through a match faster, which again doesn't give you that many points. I typically will hold the left flipper in, and then the ball slowly touches the rubber on the end and drains right back where you can then hold it on the left flipper. If you flip it, you're looking at hitting these stand-up targets, but it also pretty much goes right down the middle. So at this point I want to get back up in the ring, finish this match. So there it drains off to the right, and again that's tricky because it wants to go. That was not too bad. It went right over to the right flipper. Sometimes it comes out of there right down the middle. There's also these flashing referee symbols. So if you hit all of the referee shots, then the referee gets knocked out in the match, and it gives you some extra bonuses. But that mode lasts quite a while too. It's a multi-ball mode, and then you have pretty much every ramp flashes, and you just hit every ramp over and over and over. There's really no finish to it until you drain the ball, and then the ref wakes back up, and usually the match is over at that point, but there's glitches in the code that will cause your match to end while the referee is still knocked out, which can't happen. Alright, so that was the quick loop on the left. I want to get back into the ring. You also have these rollovers, and you can complete the lights for the yes lights, and when you complete them, then it gives you a 10% bonus to your crowd meter. And again, that's something that's there, but it's not implemented in any meaningful way. So you do get bonuses for your crowd for like the excitement of the match, but it doesn't really give you any points for anything, which really sucks. There we go. Alright, so now I got the referee knocked out. And kind of a neat piece of trivia, the referee that's in the animation in the DMD is actually John Trudeau, the designer of the game, which I think is pretty cool. The other nice thing about the multi-ball here is you have the break hold over here, and then you have the kick out. And when you hit that enough times, your out lanes then have ball savers that activate. So you can kick out of submissions or pinfalls. So at this point, the color changing ramps you want to hit for jackpots. So now technically the ref was knocked out, now he's waking up. So I got a bonus, but the match ended while I was in the middle of that mode. So now I'm no longer in a match again. And that's probably for the best because I need to get my multiplier up there. Alright, so that was one advance. So now I'm at 4x multiplier, which is really good because I want to be up to 5 before I really focus on too many matches. Oh, if the audio is cutting out, I bet it's because I've got the mic plugged into a hub, and for some reason the hub is a little problematic, I think, or the mic itself. Hopefully it's doing okay now. Let me crank up my iPhone. Okay, I hear it down there. So hopefully it was maybe just a one-time glitch. Oh, so I had the kick out lit, so it just saved the ball. And unfortunately that started the match for me though. So at this point he's announced The Undertaker going to the ring, but I don't have an opponent until I hit up the ramp into the ring. there we go. Undertaker versus Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I love all the retro wrestlers they have in this game, even though you can only face them as opponents. Sadly, there's people that are on the artwork on the side of the cab that don't appear in the game itself. Like Bret Hart, and Roddy Piper is on the side. He does appear in the DMD animation, but we don't see Bret. The Iron Sheik shows up in there. Jerry Lawler is, of course, the commentator. Ted DiBiase's on here, but he's not in the DMD on the side, but also not in the animations. I'm hoping the code update includes a lot of these guys that really should be here. Alright. Nope, not hard enough. Alright, so I gotta get into the ring. And if I hit one of those flashing rollovers, then it gives me the advanced move. We kicked out at 2. Meter, so you really don't know how close you are to getting a pinfall, which is okay, I guess. Oh, couldn't save it. You'll also notice the music that's playing. I've actually gone in and customized this with Pinball Browser, so it uses classic WrestleMania music instead of the weird licensed stuff that they included in the Pro Edition. And truly, that music is way more exciting because it fits the theme better. Okay, so I just hit the tombstone on Steamboat, so I just got to go for the pin. And I gotta watch. I've got those little vinyl, the little vinyl action figure guys sitting up on top, and this thing vibrates enough that they sometimes fall off. Fall. One bad thing is it changes the music as soon as you go for the pin, so it's not a surprise if you get a 3 count, because you know immediately when you attempt a pin, it gives it away by playing different music. So I hope that's changed in the update too. So what I just did there, after you win a match, the idea is to stay in the ring and hit all the flashing targets, and then hit the pinfall to get your bonus. And so what that's doing is, it's basically posing like after you've won a match. I stayed in the ring long enough that the title match started, which also has a glitch, because the title match is simply a rematch with who you just faced, but now it's for the belt. And the match technically shouldn't have started because I had never finished the showboating mode. But at this point, once I win this match, then I win the US title. Alright, so here we go. This should be a big move. Flying clothesline. The little spinning disc is kind of neat. Oh, there we go. So I won the match by KO. But yeah, that spinning disc is kind of annoying in a way. It was, at first it was neat because it randomizes the ball when you kick out. But sometimes it just holds the ball right in the center and then drains it down the middle and doesn't really randomize it the way they probably expected it to. But I think that can be fixed in code. Just the way it controls. Alright, there's multiplier up to 3. I see somebody mentioned the, is that Capalsum? Is that the right again? Yeah, I bet the audio is really just because I have this microphone running on such a long run. The hub is sitting right down on the side, but then I've got like 15 feet of cable running into the computer in there. And I think this cable is faulty because I got shocked the other night when I first had it plugged into the USB. Hopefully it's only cutting out briefly. Well, that was a pretty average game, 45 million. My best is 133 million, and I think the contest they were running throughout the end of the year, I think the winner ended up the highest score happened on the final night of the tournament. So it was on New Year's Eve, and then it was like 300 million or something. And really the only way to do that is to maximize your multiplier and then just keep playing matches as long as you can and hit multi-ball over and over and over. Because it does cap at 25 million, but at least you know right there you've got 75 million in your 3 balls, plus if you get extra balls, and then maximize your multiplier. It's really limited, and it's like grinding it out. It's really tough to get a good score on this game. So at least for now, I've really just enjoyed kind of trying to play through the modes and see if I can mix it up. The tag team mode is a lot of fun because it's harder to get, even though once you get there, it's nothing special, but at least it's different. Alright, let's go with Steve Austin. So the very top skill shot, which I bypassed right there, is the Money in the Bank ladder match. So if you get the Money in the Bank briefcase, supposedly the next match that you start will actually be the title match. So it's supposed to help progress through faster, but it doesn't work. You can get it, nothing really happens. So there I already won my first match with the Stone Cold Stunner and posing up on the ropes. Then you hit that pinfall cup, and then it cashes out your bonus. In the very first version of the code that shipped with this game, you could actually get like tens of millions of points in bonus just from showboating, and they got rid of that real fast. Alright, so I'm going to try to start the tag mode. So I want this to drain. So I've got the tag target on the left completed. I got to do the one on the right. Okay. These are hard targets because when you hit them, whoa, that about hit the glass. When you hit those targets, they want to come straight back down. Oops, too early. Oh, I accidentally started a match. Go back in the ring. There we go. Steve Austin versus The Big Show. There is a Royal Rumble multi-ball mode, and I've never got to it, and I don't know how to get to it. Apparently it is available in this version of the code, but I have no idea how to get it. It seems like it'd be really cool, though, because you have tons of balls in multi-ball, and then you throw people out of the ring on the left or right side. We got a new follow, Not a Flying Toy. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for hanging out. So during that Royal Rumble mode, you can eliminate wrestlers from the Rumble itself by kicking the ball out of the left or right side of the ring up here, which is really tricky to do. These slammers up here, I know there's some glare up there, but these slammers are basically just slingshots, but the sling itself is not right in the center. It's actually closer to the front. So when you hit, it creates a weird angle that once you get used to it, it's not as bad. You can kind of aim, but it's really tricky to shoot it out the sides because you almost have to hit it when it's right near the front and you don't get a lot of impact. But it is really tricky. Once you get used to it, it's not so bad. It looks like now that these color changers are flashing red, white, and blue, and the ramps are lit, I think, yeah, so it's showing that it's the United States Championship match. So as soon as I hit back up in the ring, it's going to start the title match. There we go. And again, there's a glitch where the champion is always the person you just defeated prior to the title match. I've never ever had a tag team title match, and I've never got to the Intercontinental title, so I don't know if that's been activated or not. The World Heavyweight title, of course, you can only get to after you've collected the Intercontinental titles and the singles. But I almost feel like you have to complete the tag team title match before the Royal Rumble even becomes available. And I've never done it, and I have no idea if you have to do the tag team multi-ball twice in one session to win the title. Of course, the instruction card that's down here doesn't actually relate to anything. Alright. So I'm going to try to finish off the big show. So there, I didn't really hit him with anything, but I got the pinfall and you could hear the music change, and so I knew I got the win on that one. So really, this hasn't been such a bad game. I've got 32 million already. And I still want to get that tag mode started. Oh. Missed it. So usually the tag, let's see if it comes down gentle. Yep, gently there. This right stand-up target for the tag, I can usually hit it, there we go, from that flipper. So now that I've got both of those hit, I've got to go over into the little cup on the left, which is a really tricky shot to intentionally make. That didn't work. There we go. Nice. Alright, so that's one. Oh, I must have already advanced it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I only need one more of those to advance the tag team, but the very bottom, or no, the second light on the skill shot is the advanced tag team. Oh, not nearly powerful enough. So if you do that, then it immediately moves you up to the start of the match. Oh, that was lucky. So now I just have to hit the ramp, and you can see on the DMD there, it shows the tag team animation. So the Undertaker and Steve Austin. Let's see if I can get up in the ring. There we go. Alright, so now we got the Raw tag team match. And I put the classic 90s Attitude Era Raw music in here. Awesome, Real Wobbly Chair, got a new follow, thank you. So again, this is the tag team multi-ball. It doesn't really have an end to it, you just want to hit all the ramps that are lit. Ooh. So that was the extreme shaker motor. And I lost my ball on there, and I almost have action figures coming down off the top. Oh, wow. Well, at least I hit it. That was cool. Still only 40 million, and I had like 32 in the first ball. Alright, let's start another one. With Shawn Michaels. There we go, advanced bonus. And I'm already at 3x bonus with that skill shot. You probably hear Freddy Krueger laughing over there. Oh, there's the super kick already. So I want to hit the pinfall. Nope. So there's also, I just used that upper flipper, they call it the slammer, which is attached to the lower flipper, and so it'll knock the ball off of the habit trail as it comes down. There's no purpose to do that in this version of the code. It doesn't give you any bonus. The idea is that you hit it off of this upper flipper and then hit one of these upgrade signature move stand-up targets. It'll actually tell you that it used the slammer, but it doesn't do anything really for you. The only thing it does do is it puts dents and pits in the playfield, which is kind of stupid, especially considering how expensive this game is. If you use the upper flipper, I've already got dents on there and I don't even use it very often. So I'm not sure if I even want to use it. Because truly, I've had this game less than a year, and I don't know how many games I put on it, but only a few hundred at most, and it's already visibly dented. So that was kind of a bad idea to implement. Alright, so there I just completed the S lane, the rollover lanes. And it says like plus 10% to your fan approval or something, but again, meaningless. Super kick. That should have taken him out right there. Alright, there we go. Match is over. So now I want to pose. It always seems like the lit ones are on the opposite side of where the ball is. Makes it... Oh, there we go. Okay. So I got to hit it in that pin cup to get the points. There we go. Cash... And see, that only gave me 300,000 points. Whereas in the first version... Whoa. In the first version of the code, you're getting like 20, 30 million points off of that. So they really drastically cut that back. Which kind of sucks. Because there's not any other really good way to score points yet. Alright, so now I defeated him twice in a row. Won the title. When you win the title, you don't actually get a chance to pose, so that mode doesn't even appear after a title match. Which is kind of odd. Alright, let's check here. This table was actually designed by John Trudeau. And I kind of like his designs. They're very unique. And this one I don't hate, but I think it has a lot of potential with good code. But he also designed Genesis, which is another game that a lot of people either love or hate. And it's very unique and very odd and not at all like a Steve Ritchie design. Everybody's fairly common with Steve Ritchie designs and, you know, the king of flow. This game does not have flow, although occasionally you can hit these ramps, and there is a mode where the ramps at the top will open up completely and you can actually orbit around, and that's really incredible, but I don't really know how to activate that. It happens randomly and it's really cool, and when you hit a sequence of ramps and you're hitting the reverse, this little under ramp underneath, it's amazing, but also very rare. So I'm almost thinking if I'm not in the match and I hit all the ref, instead of knocking the referee out, that's when it starts. That's when it starts the mode where you can orbit around. Alright, so now I'm up to 5x multiplier. So as long as I keep scoring points, I can get my maximum drain bonus. I'm gonna go for this referee mode. Not quite. Gotta go up the left ramp anyway. It's also annoying. Sometimes you'll go up there and the this under the ring loop under here, that's where the pop bumpers are, and they're so close that a lot of times you'll get up there and the pop bumper just stuffs it and it doesn't go around. Oh, wow. Yeah, that didn't work. Yeah, Hollywood Heat is another one that it's mostly popular for people who like to re-theme. Oh yeah, so here's my end of ball bonus. Is actually a pretty decent bonus since I got up to 5x multiplier. So I got 19 million. So the majority of my points will all be from draining. Whoop. Oh, it actually, so there's another glitch. You're supposed to stop the ball on the lit one and roll back. I went way past it, but I still rolled back and I got my bonus from the one that was lit, which is great because that was tag team. But I only had one tag team mode, or one, there we go, second one. So now I can start my tag team. Shawn Michaels and Hogan taking on I don't know who. Alright, so we're going to get some major jackpot shaking going on here. Flying drop kick off the top. I gotta say, this game has some amazing animations though. They've done a really good job with the move animations. and actually customize. Oh, that was crazy. During the tag team matches, they've actually animated every possible combination of wrestlers on one team versus every combination of the other team, which is really subtle and probably didn't need to be done, but it's pretty cool that they did. So I got my kick out in the left lane over here, which is nice. It's essentially a ball saver if it goes down that lane. If I hit the light brake hold enough, then it will open up the right out lane as a saver. And that's awesome. Usually the multi-ball mode is great for that because you end up accidentally hitting those targets all the time. Alright, so there's... I'm going to try for a second tag team mode and see if that... Oh man, could have saved it. I'm going to try to hit the tag team mode twice and see if that actually opens up a tag team title, since I've never done that before. Yeah, I think color DMD would be awesome on this. I don't mind the red, but it would be so cool to have multicolor, especially with the colorful wrestlers, you know, the 80s and 90s wrestlers. That tag team spot again. Let's see if I can. Nope. Whoa, that was close. All right, hold it here. All right, well, thanks for hanging out, Stash Kid. We'll see you later. Really appreciate you hanging around and enjoyed your stream earlier tonight. Anybody else following who hasn't followed Stash Kid? Probably unlikely, but go give him a follow. You'll also notice up on the, I don't know if you can see it on the screen there, the little LCD screen up at the top of the ring. I've actually replaced the WWE logo with the official WWF block logo that I created in 3D, and it actually animates and plays just like the original version of the non-F logo, which is awesome because that's the way it should be, considering this game is built around Hulk Hogan and the people from that era. Of course, legally they couldn't get away with it, so it has to be. So thankful for the pinball browser that allows us to customize our own pinball machines. Well, 47 million. As you can see, that was a much longer game, about the same score. Let me scroll through the chat here. I haven't been paying that close attention. Yeah, it's late for East Coast guys here, especially weeknight. I'm in Oregon, so it's not even that late. What time is it here? Not even 10 o'clock yet. So I'll play for a little while. I was actually planning on Sunday night to... I have Pinbot over here on the left. I was planning on opening that up and doing some work on it because as we were playing on Saturday, there's switches that aren't working. There's a bunch of little tweaks that needs to be made. But then I realized most of my tools are at my studio, and so I don't have them available, and I was wiped out. I worked all day and just didn't have the strength or energy to do it. So we'll still get around to it sometime. What I really want to do is get Genesis pulled out and probably move it over here, and then I've got new ramps. I got a whole bunch of new LEDs. It just needs a really good cleaning, and the new ramps are going to be great for that game because right now almost every ramp shot hits the glass, and that's not a good sound. As people remember from my Pinbot stream this weekend, there was a lot of glass hits. But I also had the cheaper microphone off of this DMD cam, so maybe with this mic it'll be a lot better. You won't hear the glass hits as bad. I think there's a little more bass to this microphone. Alright, we'll go with Triple H. Oh, not quite. Oh, I didn't think I reached it, but it did give me the advanced bonus. One thing that's kind of funny is the ball saver is there, so when you hit your skill shot, it's almost a better idea to let it drain and then have it auto launch up into the ring than try risking, you know, launching it up the ramps and missing and then the ball saver going away, which is really, it seems backwards because you're essentially actually right now not touching anything, and those slammers play themselves for like 5 or 6 seconds. And the funny thing is, when the computer controls the slammers, it gives them less impact than when you press the flipper button, so it actually is a little more accurate. So you're actually better off just taking your hands off the game after your first plunge, let it play for like 10 seconds, and then get into it. So backwards. The first time that you manually use this flipper, it disables the autoplay. And in the menu, you can disable the autoplay completely, and you can adjust the timers. So it's really there for beginners to kind of give them a little bit of an assist. It's kind of a weird thing, though. You'll also notice these lights that are shining up here, and they have these giant arrows that says use flipper button, so it's telling you to use them. Well, the idea is that those flippers wouldn't always be active. So in certain modes, when you're hitting your flippers down here, it's not activating those, and they can time it so it forces the ball to drain and you don't hang out up there all the time. But again, the code isn't implemented for that. So every time you flip down here, even if you're nowhere near the ring, those flippers are going off. And again, like I mentioned, I've had this game less than a year, and I have, you know, maybe 100 or, you know, a few hundred plays. The rubber up there, those rubbers are almost already broken through. So I don't know if Titan Pinball is hanging out on my stream here. I'm going to put Titan Pinball rings in this machine. And they are not going to tear apart like the ones that came with it. The white rubbers are soft enough as it is. But the fact that they're being used and abused that much, even when you're not playing up there, it needs something stronger than standard rubber. So I'm definitely getting Titan silicone rings to go up in there. So now, did they announce Star Wars, or is that just mostly rumor? Because I know everybody's talking about Ghostbusters being the next one. I assume Star Wars will happen. That's definitely. I really like the Day to East Star Wars. I'd love to have that. But if they did a new Star Wars, that would be really tempting. Even though I still got to pay off the WrestleMania. And I'm really hoping code comes through, so I feel like I didn't overspend. I mean, I already felt like overspent, but I still like the look of this game, and I've got confidence they're going to do a good job if Lyman's taking care of it. Even as it is, it's not the worst because I like, you know, the theme so much. But as I'm mentioning, there's so many little glitches and bugs that it's a game that you got to play and not worry about your score. Just try to work through modes, you know, have matches. Don't worry about your overall score. But yeah, Star Wars, that would be really awesome. There we go, pedigree. I keep watching those little pop vinyl guys at the top. I'm gonna catch them before they fall. And the other funny thing is, like, the Royal Rumble game right next to it, I think, you know, I really enjoy it way more than this one. I think it incorporates the theme even better. Plus, it's just an era that I enjoy. And this technically is the Legends of WrestleMania, and it has almost everybody, you know, that's, you know, big name, you know, classic legends, but it's not quite the same. In the Royal Rumble, like, everybody's theme music is there, not just the ones you can pick to play as. And there's a ton of fun modes and great voice call-outs. And I put a pin sound board in the Royal Rumble, so I was able to replace all of the theme music, which just gives it so much more authenticity. And of course, for whatever reason, the Macho Man Randy Savage is not in the Stern Legends of WrestleMania. I don't quite understand that. He really should have been on where Daniel Bryan is in the middle. For the Pro, Daniel Bryan's great. For this Legends, they needed to have Macho Man dropping a big elbow. So I'm thinking about replicating my own plastic and doing my own graphic of the Macho Man flying down with an elbow drop there. It just makes a lot more sense. Even though he's not at all in the game. That doesn't necessarily mean I couldn't put his music in and customize a video or do some cool replacements to get him in there. But truly, the way that they've done commentary audio, they recorded so much commentary audio, even with names for wrestlers who aren't implemented in the game yet. But Macho Man was not included. And the way that they recorded the ring announcer, you'd have to probably re-record. Whoop, I'll miss it. Re-record a good 20-30 minutes of audio over hundreds of clips to truly replace a wrestler in the game if you were to go through and just replace audio files. It's cool and kind of sucks at the same time. Because I'd put in the effort to go through and do it, but as I started browsing through all the animations in the DMD, there's so much in there that I think could be optimized. But as it stands, there's too much work to do to simply change one character into another character. I missed my bonus, and it didn't even register my tag team because the light wasn't lit properly. But that was on me. I missed that one. I almost shot it over off to the side there. Alright, so I want to try for this tag mode again. Oh, there it goes. Not intentionally, but I hit it. Right down the outlane. So these outlanes are pretty standard. I mean, they're actually set pretty open, but they're nowhere near as brutal as Pinbot, which I'm very thankful for. It actually allows you to play a little bit better. Yeah, for anybody looking for pins, you can get cheap pins out there. They're available. You just have to kind of know what you're interested in. If you're looking for just a pin to have to start playing, the very first one I got was Freddy. But like 2 days later, after I got Freddy, I was watching this Firepower 2, and it came up for $3.50, not working or anything. So I just went up there and said, all right, I'm just going to grab it because I had so much fun. The first like 48 hours I had Freddy, the very first pinball machine, I spent so much time just tearing it all apart and working through everything. I didn't really have any parts either. I just wanted to see how it worked. And so I took it apart, cleaned it, put it back together. And I was so excited about that. I was like, all right, I'm going to try to fix this old Firepower 2. So I got it for $3.50, and I brought it home. And you know how everybody jokes, you know, it's only a fuse. It really ended up only being a fuse of why that game wasn't going to start. It had other problems for sure, but I was able to get a fuse in there, and the game was, you know, flipping and playing. Oh, don't touch the door. Thanks for the drop, yeah. But yeah, the Firepower 2, it was really a simple fix, so I got lucky in that sense, but all the other little things I had to do, I had to rewire a ton of stuff, and I had it up and running, you know, within a day. And then I got into the back. It started smoking the very first day when I plugged it in, before I figured out the fuse, and it was heating up resistors in the back. And so after the fuse was fixed, I found that the battery holder was corroded. So I replaced that, and that solved all the problems. So it plays really well now, and it's actually a lot of fun considering how old it is. So I'd definitely recommend, if you can find like a really old Williams, you can get those cheap. Firepower 2 in good working condition, like this one now has LEDs in there. It's cleaned up quite a bit. The back glass has some paint scrape for about $800 now. Maybe a little bit less. I'd probably list it for about $8, which I actually am thinking about selling since I have the original Firepower in my shop, which should be coming in to replace that pretty soon. But yeah, you can get pretty good deals out there. There's actually a lot of older pins, at least in Portland. Every once in a while I see them come up, and they're, you know, in the 500 to 1,000 range for pretty decent games. I've actually seen Pinbot come up a few times in the 900 to 1,000 range in pretty good condition. Alright, we're going to go with the rock. We'll mix it up a little bit. Nope. Yeah, if you're willing to put the work in, there's definitely deals out there. There's some people who, you know, they haven't played their game in forever and they turn it on and it doesn't work. They don't have any inkling how to fix it. They don't know anybody who repairs games. If they actually do have a repair person, sometimes they realize the repair will cost more than it's worth for them to even put the money into, and they'll sell it cheap just to get out of the house, because these things are big and take up a lot of space, and if they're not working, there's a lot more stuff you could be doing with that space. And people who really just have one because it was cool at the time, they don't care about that so much, they just want the space back. I mean, I love these games, and I'm starting to think, like, how do I get my space back? Because the rest of the house is completely filled with arcade machines. Behind this camera, I've got Mortal Kombat 1, 2, WrestleMania. In my office, there's Lethal Enforcers, Bad Dudes, RoboCop, and a 4-player WrestleFest. And then, of course, on this side, I've got Race Driving and a Road Blaster's cockpit. So there's literally no space to walk around in here. So it's overcrowded, and that's just the front half of the house. So eventually, when I'm streaming, I'm going to have this front room set up where I can then clear some space, but I can stream each game individually, and I'll probably turn it where the focus game is in this corner, and then have a front-facing camera or something, so you can see all the other stuff going on. But I got to clear space first. So I got a storage unit, and I've got an opportunity for retail space for just a little bit more than I'm paying for my storage unit, where I can actually open a playable arcade if I wanted to actually go there and spend time all day playing or streaming or whatever. I can have my machines on and take quarters for them. And I've looked into all the licensing, and amazingly, Oregon does not have any amusement licenses requirements. So you can run an arcade, at least in Salem and certain cities in Oregon, without having to pay some sort of crazy license. Of course, you got to pay your taxes like any business, but no specific licenses. Portland, I think, is a little different, but that may have changed. The law I looked up was from like 2013, and they had a law based on the quantity of games you were running. So if you had, like, I think 9 to 19 or something, it was like $1,000 annually just to legally run the games. So the fact that I could open a place up that would be essentially a arcade that would just be my collection, and I would just hang out there and repair stuff, and probably set my streaming equipment up and just stream stuff while I'm working on it. So I haven't decided yet if I want to do it or not, but it's an idea. Yeah, WrestleFest, if I only could have one arcade machine out of all the ones I have, it would be WrestleFest. And oddly enough, it's one of the first ones that I started working on, and yet it's still not working. Kitty, stop it. He's playing with the USB cables. I bought every WrestleFest that comes up in the Portland area, except for there's one right now that's ridiculously overpriced, started at like $1,800, and it's a bad conversion. But it does have the original artwork on it, but it's still a poor conversion. And now they've brought it down to $1,000, which is still about 10 times what it's worth. Hey, come on, get out. So the one I have currently, I actually started restoring a Konami 4-player that I believe was an old Simpsons that somebody painted over. There we go, Sass Trooper, thanks for the follow. Funky like a monkey. So my Konami 4-player, I had it almost converted, and then I found one that I thought was a dedicated 4-player WrestleFest, and it was converted to Golden Tee. So I made a trade for, I just traded straight up the cabinet, the 4-player Konami, monitor this full Golden Tee, and then when I started taking it apart and looking, I found a tag inside that it's essentially a Data East Captain America, which is still a cool game. but it's not dedicated to WrestleFest like I thought. So either way, I've gone through and I've restored it, fixed it up, because the hack job they did to make it a golden tee was a mess. So now it's actually a really clean looking WrestleFest, and I'm working with a guy to reproduce the monitor bezel, which is the only thing I need. I have new old stock side art that is actually in pretty rough shape, so I may end up having that reproduced too, but or customizing my own side art for it. But I love that game, and the control panel looks beautiful now. It's just not wired up.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
Shawn Michaels.
Let me get caught up on the chat here. Cool. All right, well, I'm gonna play another game. And let's go with Daniel Bryan.
Daniel Bryan versus Ziggler. He refused to give up. Climbing the ladder.
So I don't know how many of you follow anything about wrestling, if anybody does, current wrestling. I don't follow it as close as I used to, but I am going to WrestleMania this year, so I figured I might as well keep up with some of the basics that are going on. So for me, it's like The Undertaker is my favorite wrestler of all time, and I've been a huge fan of his since he debuted in November of 1990. And just always have loved Undertaker. So for me, it's like, all right, now that I'm old enough that I can afford to go to WrestleMania, it's like, all right, I'm going to go every year until he retires. And I thought for sure he was going to be retired when Brock Lesnar beat him at WrestleMania 30. And I was there ringside for that one, and I thought, that's got to be the perfect time. And then yet he came back again, so I was there last year in California. And then this year, I figured, okay, they're doing it in Texas. He's probably going to retire since he lives really close to Dallas. This is the perfect time for him to retire. He can go out, on his own. I guess the original plan was to have him face John Cena, but John Cena's injured, Daniel Bryan's injured, Randy Orton's injured. There's so many guys that are injured. I'm not exactly sure what they have planned this year for WrestleMania, and I have a feeling that because of all those injuries, they're not going to want The Undertaker to retire this year. Which means I may end up having to figure out a way to get to WrestleMania 33, which I'm not even sure where it's going to be. They talked about Minneapolis, but I think that was not confirmed. So I'm technically facing Roddy Piper. Level 1 completed. I've not actually seen that before. So that's odd. The music is kind of stuck. It's always interesting playing this game. I find so many weird little glitches or bugs that happen, and I should probably keep track of them and send an email off to Stern. I'm sure they're doing a pretty good job of it too, but who knows? Looks like my camera has got bumped. I bet it was when the cat was messing around. Let's see if I can straighten it up here. Let's see if that does any good. I actually have the DMD camera and the playfield camera on the same mount right now. And so I flipped the DMD one over and zoomed it in, which I think has made it a little bit blurry. And that's why it's shaking a little bit too, because it's right on the end of this boom pole. Yeah, rest in peace, Roddy Piper. Yep. He was a awesome wrestler, greatest villain of all time in the wrestling world. Yeah. Yeah, it was several months ago when he passed away. Yep, he was an amazing guy. And I mentioned on the stream on Saturday, I actually produced TV with him up in Portland. We had a wrestling show that lasted about 6 months, but I got the opportunity to work, you know, side by side with him in the production room, and it was an incredible experience, especially as a huge fan of wrestling, to really get to work with, you know, one of the greats of all time, and then see it from the other side. Just incredible.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
Hogan versus Kane. And I thought he was out, but look at him go.
Yeah, leg drop on Kane right off the start.
There it is.
Yeah, Roddy Piper and They Live. That was absolutely one of my favorites. He's done a whole lot of movies, and not a lot of them are great, but They Live is a classic movie. That movie is so quotable. The fight scene itself is just between him and Keith David over a pair of sunglasses. So amazing. But then when you think about it, John Carpenter was pretty brilliant when he came up with that movie, because there's so many implications of what the movie stands for and talks about. Fits so well in modern day. I mean, not the fact that, you know, there's aliens that have taken over, but just the whole concept of consumerism and everybody being blinded by their cell phones and advertising and marketing. It's really kind of interesting. maybe we are being controlled by an alien force. And sadly, Roddy Piper is all out of bubblegum and not here to save us.
With more power now.
Yeah, actually, there's a soda company here in Oregon that's called Rocket Fizz, and they made an all out of bubblegum soda, and it's amazing. And sadly, I didn't get it autographed before he passed away, but I do have a copy of it in my display case. Apparently, it tastes good too, but I never tried it.
Amazing.
I believe they also created a Roddy Piper bubblegum with the same concept on there, but apparently you're not all out of bubblegum when you buy the Roddy Piper bubblegum. Product also. And they had just created a really awesome comic book called Roddy Piper Monster Killer. And it had some incredible artwork. When they had first started doing that, I was actually part of the web design team for a very short amount of time, and that was during the production of our TV show. The comic book producer was part of our production team as well. So I'm not sure if that's going to still be an ongoing comic or if it was a one-time issue or what, but Pro Wrestlers vs. Zombies movie, if anybody's heard of that. That had a Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Kurt Angle, a whole bunch of wrestlers in there, but of course led by Roddy Piper, and they're stuck in a high school gym that gets overtaken by zombies, and it was just full of all sorts of ridiculous zombie mayhem. Oh yeah, Duke Nukem copied a lot of Roddy Piper's sayings. They copied a lot of sayings from a lot of great movies, but I gotta say, Duke Nukem's voice was pretty perfect for all those lines too. Yeah, Triple H's the Chaperone movie. I did watch it and I didn't hate it. It was kind of a fun kids movie. But most of those WWE movies, especially the ones from like 5 or 6 years ago, are pretty super cheesy. I mean, even the ones now are fairly cheesy too. But they seem to be making pretty good money on direct-to-DVD because they're low budget, and just the wrestler's name alone and all the fans that are watching, they're willing to buy almost any product with their favorite wrestler in it. But I guess I'm guilty of that too because I own No Holds Barred on Blu-ray, which is one of the first wrestler-themed movies with Hulk Hogan and Zeus, Tiny Lister. But actually, for the most part, I liked Hulk Hogan's movies, except for the Santa with Muscles. That was pretty much the worst wrestler movie I can think of. Really bad, but Suburban Commando, I still like that one to this day. And actually, Mr. Nanny was pretty decent, considering it's just a goofy kids movie with Hulk Hogan in it. Cool, yeah. We'll have more wrestling stuff on here. I really have pretty much every pro wrestling themed arcade machine. I'm still looking for the Matt Mania, and they have Matt Mania Challenge. But I recently just got, where is it, over here, Sega's Wrestle War. So I've got a full kit. Let me pull out the marquee here, since I got it. So there we go, Sega Wrestle War. So this will be a really fun one to install in one of my empty cabs. And I've got the full marquee and the board and everything for it, so that'll be fun. And I actually just got the main event from Konami, which is a really odd 4-player game that the cabinet looks kind of like a mini Simpsons cab, but the control panel is even so I would hate to be the players on. That game is a lot of fun because it has wrestlers that you can obviously tell are WWE wrestlers, or at the time WWF wrestlers, but for licensing purposes they simply change their names and they put like a red wig on King Kong Bundy, and some of the guys they changed up just enough to make it technically not the licensed wrestler. But one of the funny things about Wrestle War was by Sega, and it came out on the Sega Genesis, but not in the US, because the artwork that they used on the cover was totally a picture of Hulk Hogan, and all they changed was on his bandana. They changed it so instead of saying Hulk Hogan, it said like Titan Hogan, and it still said Python Power and everything. Which is ridiculous, but I actually bought the import Mega Drive game with the original case and artwork and manual and everything, just for the sake that they ripped off all of these real wrestlers. Really cool artwork. I don't even know where the case is. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, so I don't know how much light there is, but look at this Wrestle War case. It's blatantly Hulk Hogan. Wonderful game, though. And actually, the Sega Genesis version is brilliant. It looks just like the arcade. Whoa. It actually made it through the one-way gate there. But yeah, it plays just like the arcade. The only thing they got rid of is that there's actual like voice samples and promos in between each match. But if you haven't played Wrestle War, it's kind of like a wrestling version of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. So all of the angles are over the shoulder of the character you play, who's just a generic wrestler, and you fight all these big, colorful, animated wrestlers that are opposite. So when you throw them to the other side of the ring, it does this weird camera view that changes, so you're always looking over the shoulder of your current wrestler. But it's all 2D animated, so it's kind of a neat trick, especially considering how old the game is. But I haven't decided which cabinet to put it in yet. So I've got quite a few project cabs, but none of them are really perfect for that game. I have an old Pit Fighter machine without anything in it, and it was converted over to Tekken, but it's actually fairly large because it was a 3-player game, and I don't think I have room for a game that large right now. So I want to find some smaller 2-player cab. What I might do just for fun is to put it in the Bad Dudes cab, since that has 2 players, two joysticks and 2 buttons per player. But the board itself is not a JAMA board, so you have to have a Sega adapter, which I believe I've got on a Golden Axe board somewhere, so it should be able to plug it in and be able to play it. The other thing to think about, though, is Wrestle War was a vertical game. I always forget that. The monitor is mounted horizontal in Bad Dudes, and so Wrestle War is vertical. So that wouldn't work unless I move the monitor. Ugh. Doing terrible on this one. Going down. No momentum.
Oh, yeah!
Thanks for coming in. Not a flying toy. Really appreciate it. Just got another follow. I missed who that was. I'll have to look on the page here. I'm going to go run in there real quick and see who that was. Krista P18. I gotta figure out a better way to be able to see it. I'm looking all the way across the room at a tiny little screen. There you are. Krista P18. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Excellent. Let's see who else is in here. If we've got any lurkers. The list here on the phone doesn't come up very fast for the names of who's joining. Unless it locked up. Alright, thanks Peppers07. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate you following. Oh, Chris Tap 18. Cool. Chris Tap 18. Let's see. Yeah, on this little screen I can't actually see how many followers are on here. Or 8 viewers, there we go. Cool. We've got 8 people hanging out there. That's really awesome. While I just ramble about wrestling. There we go. See, now that was tricky there. I actually should have been awarded my advanced. I got it up to the light and rolled back properly, and I didn't get my advanced multiplier. Was a nice combo. That's one thing that I really like about this game is when you actually get your timing down, you can get some amazing loops going on. Especially in that mode I mentioned earlier, when it opens up the upper orbit, you can hit those ramps up one side and it actually continues all the way down the other side. And because they're at such a slope, when it comes down, it actually adds extra speed. I gotta figure out how to activate that mode though. See, look at all that action is not me. That's the game playing itself right now. And it actually scored better than I would have had I been trying to play. Yeah, 560,000. When I tried last time, I had 300,000. Alright, so now I'm not in a match mode, so I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to hit all of the flashing ref shots, and as long as I don't start a match, I think that will activate the orbits. So I'm going to let this drain. So it's playing on its own. There we go. Alright, so I got to hit the... Whoop, whoop. Oh, that was really bad. No, all my pinball machines, I only have 2 wrestling ones. So I've got WrestleMania and Royal Rumble, and then I've got Freddy to the left, Nightmare on Elm Street. And I don't know if you can tell on there, it's really dark, but I've had this signed by Robert Englund, which is amazing to meet him in person. And he told me this long story about going in to record the audio for the pinball machine, all the call-outs, and he starts telling me about the modes. It was incredible. But he signed this one, and then the next one's Genesis, so I'm probably in the way. Genesis, and then Firepower 2. I was streaming on the weekend, and I'll probably stream that again because I do need to do some repairs and stuff on it, but Genesis is the one I want to work on next, and so I'll probably pull that out. I also have a Dades Batman and original Firepower, and those are in my other studio. And Batman's actually at a friend's house in his garage in his studio. And Batman had a lot wrong with it when I bought it. Technically it worked, and I got it back home, and we probably played it for maybe an hour before stuff started going bad. It needed a lot of work and just total shop job cleanup. Everything needed to be done on there. But then I started finding problems, and then it was one thing after another. I'd fix one thing, and then something else would show up as being broken, and I'd start discovering that there was actually coils that were burned up, and so they just simply clipped the coil off rather than fixing it. And it's fixed now, except now my flippers don't have full power. So I get about 8 volts, which is just the holding power for the flipper, but there's no 50 volts to actually kick the ball. So at this time it's unplayable, even though it looks beautiful now. Looks great, sounds great, unplayable. Alright, so I got the ball up. There's a tombstone. I can see Ric Flair is about to fall off the top of the machine here. After this ball, I'm going to go ahead and take those down. So there I used that third flipper and hit the improved attack. So technically the next move I hit should be a super-powered signature. Let's see if it works. So it was just a standard move, but maybe that's because it came off the top if I would have hit one of the others, but it also ended up winning the match, so possibly it added more power, but because there's no meter, there's no way to determine if it did anything or not. Alright, so I've got a title match. So title match is active. Down the outlane. So they're plus 10 to fan level, so there is points associated with that, but it's very tiny, and I don't think it has anything to do with the end of ball bonus or a multiplier of modes. I hope that's implemented better in the next update, because it would be nice to have something useful from completing those lanes. I think the idea of having, like, you know, a high fan interaction bonus or something would be kind of fun to make it work. Whoa, forgot to change those. Alright, so that's the end of that match. So I won the US title. And see, at this point, there's really no points to do up there. You just have to let it drain after the match is over, with title matches at least. Alright, so now the purple ref targets are lit up. I'm going to try to hit all of those. Tag team. One more tag team to start tag team multi-ball. Oop. It's not going to work to backhand it. So I'm going to go up the left ramp. Or not. Alright, real wobbly chair. Are you taking off? Well, thanks for joining. Appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, I've got, for Chris, I've got lots of arcade games. So I ran down the ones that are in this room a little bit earlier, but I've got behind the camera here Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 and WrestleMania. And then I've got 4-player WrestleFest, RoboCop Bad Dudes, Lethal Enforcers, Race Driving, and then a Road Blaster's Cockpit. And that's just in this room. In the back room, let's see, what do I got in there? Star Wars, Joust, Double Dragon, Gorf, Omega Race, Street Fighter 2, original WWF Superstars. What else is in there? I've got a Centipede, Rampage. Those are projects that I'm working on. Main Event, and Midway, the little Ms. Pat cocktail little table. What else is there? Oh yeah, you remember those little chicken egg machines that you put a quarter in and turn it and the little chicken turns and drops an egg out? I got one of those. I saw it and I had worked out a deal. The guy was looking for an exercise machine, and obviously I haven't used my exercise machine in a while, so I traded him straight up for a crane machine and that little egg machine. Best trade ever. Maybe not on my waistline though. But yeah, my garage has got a whole bunch of additional projects out there. I've got a Kangaroo that I'm working on restoring that had been converted to Arkanoid, and so I wanted to restore it back to Kangaroo, even though I don't really care about Kangaroo so much. I just like restoring games to what they were supposed to be. So I've got it almost complete, but somebody painted over it really thick with like blue house paint or something, and so it's just a nightmare to get off of there. But I've cleaned about half of one side, and except that the blue kind of stain, anywhere there was white vinyl, it has a really bad blue stain. So I'm hoping I can get that completely cleared off and get it back to Kangaroo, because it looks beautiful otherwise. It just has so much of that paint on it. And the monitor is getting a little old. Needs a cap kit. I've got probably 4 or 5 arcade monitors that are one cap kit away from being back to, you know, fully functional working order. I have a Donkey Kong and a PlayChoice 10 in the garage, and PlayChoice 10, the monitor, it won't even come on, so I haven't even tried to diagnose it yet either, but it plays blind. You can hear the games start up, and I've got 10 Nintendo games in there. And then Donkey Kong, I rebuilt the soundboard so you can hear it and you can see it, but it's really blurry. And oddly enough, I played it when it was super blurry, and I got my highest score ever, which is really still not great. It was only like, you know, 30,000 or something. But that was still like one of my highest games ever. Playing it mostly by audio alone. And then there's a Phoenix cab that has a Time Pilot in there, but the monitor in that one, when I moved it in the back of my truck, the neck board on the monitor cracked because it's actually a Nintendo Sanyo monitor that was put in there, and it's a little bit too long for the cab, so it cracked the neck. Egg machine on the camera sometime, it's just so goofy, but the nostalgia is amazing. All those egg machines were actually invented and created here in Portland, in Oregon. Of course, there was a lot of other companies that once they saw the success of those, they started making knockoffs, but the company here in Oregon also made the ones that had the Flintstones on it with Dino in the middle, and then there was quite a few variations. A lot of them were Hanna-Barbera oriented though, which I think those Viewmasters, the little slideshow things, were also out of Oregon, and they were all somehow related. Oh, that was a bad plunge. Yeah, Joust is really like my favorite game because it's like a perfect video game. It's really difficult, but you never really blame the computer or call it, you know, like a lot of people are like, oh, that, you know, the game cheated. In this game, you know, it's tough, but you never quite feel like the game cheated. You always, oh, there it goes, look at that, it looped all the way around. So I must have hit that last referee shot. Let's see if I can actually get it to loop again. Of course, now that I'm in it, my score is going down. So this is a timed hurry-up mode. And of course, I won't be able to do it. There we go. I had to loop it a couple times. Alright, come on. So I don't even know what the point of this mode is, other than I've got this countdown timer for score. Hit the referee twice. So I got, that wasn't very good. But I also didn't really hit all my shots. Oh yeah, those little, you can have the chicken pop out little eggs, but not Kinder eggs, as the little tubs of the toy come in can be used for criminal things. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. They're the perfect containers for all sorts of little things that probably are not considered legal. I've been lucky though. In my machine, it was already full of eggs, and every single one I've opened has had like a rubber ball or a little plastic frog that jumps or a little candy bracelet that's like 20 years old. Yeah, most of these games, like, I think Joust and Star Wars were the two that I paid the most for in terms of upright, you know, arcade games. Of course, this WrestleMania was the most expensive singular game. Cost more than my Chevy Tahoe. But yeah, you can get good deals, because even Star Wars tends to go for like $1,500 if it's in really good shape. And I got lucky finding one that, oh, I opened the mode again. It had a problem with the monitor where it wasn't deflecting the lower half of the monitor, and it turned out that was just a transistor. So like a $3 transistor I was able to put in there and replace it, and I had the game up and running again. But I ended up getting a really good deal on it. I ended up trading, I had a Nintendo Dual cabinet that I traded with some extra cash, and so it ended up being a really good deal. Several $100s less than like what you would expect to pay for a Star Wars. Star Wars is pretty classic, but a lot of people sometimes, you know, the collectors are, they kind of feel like it's a little overrated. And it might be, but it's still a lot of fun. Color vector with Star Wars, with audio clips from the movie, and getting to fly the X-Wing, and it's a great game. I guess it does get repetitive, but I mean, almost all games from that era are very repetitive. So the idea is like, well, repetition's cool, but you can always work towards, you know, improving your scores, and even though I'm not terribly great in terms of high scores on any game. But that's where, like, Joust, for me, Joust was the first arcade machine I actually put a quarter in. I was probably about 3 years old at the bowling alley with my mom, and I remember seeing that game and just thinking it was the coolest thing. And she gave me a quarter, and I played it once, and I was hooked. And so a few years later, when I got my Atari 7800, that was the first game my mom actually came home and brought a Joust, and I was so happy. And I still own that cartridge, and I actually found an unopened Joust in the package at the Portland Retro Gamers Expo, so that was really cool. Because of course my original, I have the cartridge, but I have no idea what happened to the box or the instruction manual or anything. But the 7800 version of Joust is the greatest conversion, or the home variation of it. There's so many versions of Joust, but the 7800 is the closest to the arcade gameplay and graphics. Yeah, Joust is such a good game, especially if you get an original that has, you know, all the original artwork on there, the original control panel. A lot of times the control panels have cigarette burns or they're cracked where it curves. Oh, I got a match. But yeah, the one I found, all original, insides are all original, which means it potentially will break sooner than others, but at least for now it's working great. It has a really clean monitor, very crisp. And that's a game that I was never great at as a kid. I just loved it. And now that I own it, playing it over and over, I've finally been able to get over 100,000, which, again, is not a huge score to people who are into high scores. But for me, my best was like 144 million at like wave 11 or something like that. And like right around wave, I think 8 or 9 is when it gets really brutal for me. So that was dang, that was terrible. That was a pretty good game. So at some point, I'm going to set up live streaming on all those arcade cabinets, because I think that would be a lot of fun to actually have a close-up view of the actual arcade hardware, and then maybe a wider camera of the side art and the game itself. And at some point, I've got a bunch of friends who are really interested in coming over and playing on the stream too, so we'll probably set it up and have, you know, a few people over playing. I've got other friends who are way better at pinball than I am that could actually play for high scores. So we'll see how that goes. I gotta get space in here first. Too many games at the moment. Alright, Chris Tap 18. Catch you later. Thanks again for coming in. Thanks for the follow. Hope you enjoyed it. So we got the referee knockout multi-ball. So complete all shots for the Super Jackpot. Super Jackpot is likely going to take my little vinyl guys off the top. See if I can hit them.
Oh yeah!
We got another follow. One. Oh, I can't even see it, and I just lost my multi-ball. Thanks for the follow. I'll get your name here in a second. If I can get this ball held. 151. There we go. Thanks for the follow, 151. Alright, so I'm going to let that... The funny thing about this game, I mentioned it earlier, oftentimes if you have your ball save lit, it's a better idea just to let it drain and kick it back to the ring than trying to hit the ramps yourself. Unless you've really dialed in your targeting and can hit those ramps consistently, it's a better guarantee just to let the ball saver catch it. Look at that, it's just almost like a brick goes up there, and all those entrances to the ramps and the loop underneath the ring, it's so tight. I guess that can be a good thing though, but it's very tricky. Which is why it feels really good when you get a nice combo going. Alright, so Undertaker versus Bray Wyatt. So this was the match from WrestleMania 31. In Santa Clara earlier last year. Did it make it? Nope. Whoa. Jeez, it's like I've got no momentum. There we go. Wow, there it went, all the way around. Alright, so we got the referee scoring mode. Let's see if I can get a better go at it this time. There we go. Oh, slowly right down the center there. Yeah, Paulie, with that color DMD, amazing. That would be a really cool upgrade. All of those are really awesome. If there's a game that's compatible with it, I think it's a great upgrade. It's expensive, but I think it's worth the cost, especially on a game that you really love. There's another guy on the KLOV forum, or actually on Pinside, I think. We've been talking about colorizing the WWF Royal Rumble, and they actually haven't done Data East games yet, so they were saying that the programming probably is going to be too tricky at the time. So we're kind of, over the last like 6 to 8 months, we've been trying to talk him into allowing us to do the color DMD for Royal Rumble, but I've been busy, and the other guy, I haven't checked in with him in a while, so I don't know if that's going to happen or not. They did offer to let us get started on it if we could find one of the existing programmers to help us get oriented to it, because they were too busy. So it kind of died there. So hopefully it'll happen, whether I'm part of it or not. I really want to have a color DMD for the Royal Rumble, because this game like screams for having, you know, all these colorful characters in the DMD. It would be fantastic, and I'd be happy to work on it if I got the opportunity. I could feel the more I play this game tonight, I'm starting to get more comfortable with all the shots. It's one of those games where it's like, if you flip at just the right spot, you're almost guaranteed to hit it, but it's such a narrow margin. Flipping as it's coming right down the inlane live. That was awesome there. Oh, and I got a combo for that, so they're actually coded in some combo recognition. Yeah, exactly. If you're replacing a DMD already, if your DMD has gone out, then a color DMD is really not that much more expensive than just buying a new DMD. So it's pretty fairly priced. If you do have a fully working DMD, then it could be considered a little bit of an expensive upgrade. But really, I think you get the value out of it. From all the ones I played, it's such a great addition. Even though when you're playing, you're not always, you know, looking up at the screen. You know, just in your peripheral, you can see it. And I remember playing Monster Bash at the Coin Jam here in Salem. They had one for a while with a color DMD, and that was a fantastic upgrade for that game. Yeah, there definitely is a Addams Family color DMD. There's not one for Twilight Zone yet, I don't think, but a lot of people put them in anyway because then you can actually have a black and white DMD, which is perfect for Twilight Zone. Even though that, if you're only going to see it in black and white, that's quite a bit of a cost if you're only getting, you know, a color change. But then you already have it for the future when they do release a color version if they haven't already. Oop, oop. Yeah, it's basically the same exact kit you put in every machine, and then you just change the software, which is a great way to do it, because if you sell a machine and you want to keep it, you can pop it over into one of your other games. Because some people don't want to pay if you're going to enough about it to pay what it's worth, and you could pull it out and get, you know, whatever they want to pay, and then still have your $300 or $400 upgrade that you can move into another machine. I gotta say, the music it's playing right now, it may change it, but my absolute favorite wrestling music of all time. WrestleMania 6, when Hulk Hogan fought Ultimate Warrior. They also used it a few years, I think, after that, but it originally was from WrestleMania 6. Yeah, there's that music again. I gotta crank it up. That was funny. I had the ball held on the left flipper, but when you open the door, it takes the high voltage of the solenoids out, and so it drained. That's alright. How's the volume on the stream in terms of the balance of the game and my voice? It feels like it's really loud now, but I don't know if you could hear before. I have this blue mic set to like the Omni mode, so it should be picking up all the way around. There we go, advanced on this.
Oh, yeah!
Got a new follow. Yeah, Steffi Pie. Excellent, thanks for joining us. How is the Bride of Pinball? I've been really enjoying watching your stream on that. That's one of my favorite games, and it's so fun to see people with a new pinball machine, you know, playing the heck out of it. Alright, so I just defeated the Nature Boy Ric Flair. Trying to showboat after the match here. Not gonna happen. There we go. So now I'm in the U.S. title championship match against Ric Flair. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. I know you guys are getting a lot of fun out of that. That definitely is a game that I want to add to my collection someday. There's quite a few games from that era that I just really love, and Bride of Pinball, for whatever reason, I think part of it is that as a kid, that music, I just remember the music from Bride of Pinball so much. And then when I started playing it on the Pinball Arcade years ago, it was just so exciting to hear that music again, and getting to play a real one a few months back on location. It's like, alright, I gotta get this. But they don't come up very often. So, next time they do, I want one. But yeah, the one that you guys have plays the best I've seen of any. The one that we had locally here, it looked beautiful, but it the outlanes on those just drain like crazy. You know what's funny with these new sterns? They're actually significantly lower than almost every other pinball machine. So I'm always like leaning over. It's getting my shoulders hurting here.
Climbing the ladder.
Because I've got it at the proper angle, but the backs are actually lifted quite high, and then these are as low as it goes to get the proper angle on the playfield. I know they do sell different length legs, but since these ones are the special anodized ones, I don't want to get rid of them. Got to figure out a way to lift this thing up a little bit. Yeah, again, there's really no value up there without a match started, so better off letting it drain. Trying to get the tag over here on the far left. Oh, I started a match. Steve Austin versus Roman Reigns. Oh, stunner right off the bat. That might be the end. If I can get the pin. Nope. There we go. So that was a knockout, so I won the match. So far this game I'm over 50 million, which is my highest game so far tonight. Pretty cool. There we go, there's the tag team mode. Tag team multi-ball. Undertaker and Steve Austin taking on, looks like Hulk Hogan. So the idea in all these multi-balls is simply hit the ramps. There's not much more to it. Oh, I got an extra ball. That's pretty cool. That must be based on my score. There we go. Drop kick on the top rope. Oh, wow. Off the top of the habit trail up here, and it launched it all the way back into the shooter lane. There we go. Top rope jackpot again. Oh, I knew that was going on. Nice, it counted the last loop as, oh, right out the outline. But I got free ball. Extra ball. And that was a pretty big bonus, so 4x bonus, almost maxed out.
Do it, shoot again.
Oh, advanced signature move, that doesn't do a whole lot. Look at that, after my drain bonus there, 74 million. Oh, come on. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and just start the mode. Seem to be having luck with the matches. Alright, who am I going to face? There we go. So it didn't tell me who I'm facing. It's supposed to start a match when I hit that ramp. Maybe that's part of the difficulty setting, is that you have to enter the ring twice to start a match once you get up to this many matches. There we go. Oh, versus Brock Lesnar. I don't think I've ever seen Brock Lesnar in the game yet. Stunner right off the bat. Clothesline. Oh, shoulder block. There, I beat him. Crossbody. There we go. Alright, so the fact that I'm fighting Brock Lesnar twice in a row could be that it's just random, or it could be the same like title match glitch that I saw earlier. But it didn't say this was a title match, but I just beat him 2 times in a row. Defended. That's weird. So I simply defended my title I already had, but it said I just won it again. So I'm thinking I was probably supposed to be facing off for the Intercontinental title here. Alright, I'm going to try tag mode again if I can do it. Oh my goodness, that's it. Nice. First time I get to enter my initials in a long time. We're gonna go David, Batman. If it gives me enough characters here. Oh, I'm missing one. Alright. We'll say David. Mania. There we go. 99 million. So that's my second highest score ever, which is pretty cool since I wasn't really trying that hard. I don't know exactly how I got such a high multiplier, but that was a pretty good game, actually. Let me check up here on the chat. I see all sorts of interesting stuff I like to think about here with multiplayer pinball linked up. You know, they talked about with the Spike system having network interconnectivity, which I don't know if they were talking about just having wide high score tables, kind of like a pinball arcade, but see like the world records and everything built in. That would be cool. They did talk about it being Wi-Fi enabled, and there's USB ports inside, all sorts of neat stuff in there. But of course, none of the games take advantage of it yet. Yeah, there's so many cool ideas that I think are possible with internet connected pinball machines, and so apparently the Spike system is there and ready for that type of thing. But whether they implement it or not, I guess with Ghostbusters they were talking about Ghostbusters will be the first pinball machine, whether it's Ghostbusters or not, will actually have a full LCD back glass, or at least something maybe not as big as Wizard of Oz, but at least something different than the traditional DMD. Personally, I don't care for the big LCD back glasses. There's too much going on, and it's not as convenient as just looking up and seeing exactly what's happening with the DMD. But maybe they'll have a different take on it. The Wizard of Oz is fun, but I didn't know if I liked that style. I think it's really cool having the movie clips in there and the way they integrated it, but during gameplay, when you look up and there's the 4 quadrants with all the stuff going on, to me it was too confusing, but I really haven't had a chance to play Wizard of Oz enough to get used to it to really know what's supposed to be happening on there. Yeah, the thing with Wizard of Oz for me, there's almost no general illumination, so you don't have like adequate GI, which makes it a little bit dark. So if you're playing in it, like I played it in an arcade where everything was dark, and so the only thing that was lit up really was the super bright LEDs strobing in multicolors right in my eyes. And man, the color changing multicolored LEDs are awesome in that game. But unless you upgrade it to kind of illuminate with ambient lighting, it can just blind you and you lose track of the ball really easy. But I think that game, when it's all fully working, is really cool. But every time I've had the opportunity to play it, either half of the GI was off, or half of the lighting system was out, or there was some problem with it. At the Pinball Hall of Fame in Las Vegas, and it was in really rough condition. Like, it had been routed to hell. And so, I mean, they probably had it there to work on it, but I almost felt like it was in such bad shape they shouldn't have even had it turned on for play. It was that bad. But the one I played here in town, it was like brand new out of the box, the limited edition. And the first day it was cool, and then immediately the lighting went out on the lower half. And then the sound went out, and they were just fixing it so much that they eventually just sold it because it was too much maintenance to have on route. And that may not be the case with all of them, but at least it was in their situation. Which is kind of a bummer, because when it worked well, it was actually a lot of fun. And I'm a big fan of Wizard of Oz. As a kid, I loved that movie, and I thought they did a great job with the theme and implementing everything, and all the toys on the playfield are awesome. Really cool design. And I've watched some really good players have some great games on there, so if it was fully working and reliable, it would be a great game.
Oh, he's going to be much more effective with an attack.
I keep forgetting to look up on top. I've got those little pop vinyl guys. Ric Flair is edging over the top. Hogan versus Kane. So I'm thinking when it hits the finisher early like that, that could be because I've completed these upgrades. Stand-up targets.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, we got a new follow. Draft Jumper, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the main event. Oh, that was actually pretty cool there. I hit both of the stand-up targets in a row. I usually don't use that third flipper because it oftentimes, you know, sends it off into a weird spot and then right down the middle. But that worked out pretty good. Yeah, Steffi Pie, those the arcade you were talking about that's nearby sounds pretty amazing. Having that many pinball machines in great condition, that's awesome. We've got a whole bunch here in Oregon, but they're in various states of disrepair. There's some places that really take pride in keeping their games up and running well, and most of the arcades, the ones that I go to, are really good about that. And then there's a few that are mostly just on location, like smaller places, and there's routed pins, and there's actually a space station that was in the Pizza Hut around here, and it was so bad. It was kind of fun to play, but it looked like it hadn't moved since the 80s. Very rough. I still played it though. But yeah, the Coin Jam here in Salem is probably one of the best places to go. They've got a great lineup of games, all in really good condition. A lot of fun there. They actually just got Trek, and they've got The Walking Dead and Iron Man Vault Edition. And they brought in Fishtails, Doctor Who. What else is there? Terminator 2. They had a Bride of Pinbot for a while, but that was the one I mentioned before. It looked beautiful, but it was... they did have the super bands and special rubber in there, so I think it was just like overly bouncy. And that game itself is very difficult to control the ball down in the lower playfield, but it was near impossible on that one. Yeah, a friend and I were over there playing two-player on Fishtails, and I was doing terrible on that game, and then he was just dominating. It was amazing. And then his best score ever, the game reboot right as we were going into the third ball, and he had an amazing high score. So that was odd. Alright, Paulie, thanks for hanging out. See you're taking off. I know it's late on the East Coast, but thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate all your assistance. Definitely one of the most influential people I've met so far in the last couple of weeks, helping me get everything set up and streaming. Always appreciate that. We'll see you tomorrow night. Still have the ball saver on, I think. Ooh. Bad move. Cool. Well, I'll be over there checking out your stream tomorrow night. I want to see more follow-up on the Shadow. And check out the parts you got all cleaned up with those walnut shells. Hopefully they'll be all picked clean and ready to go back in the game by tomorrow. Yeah, sir. For anybody who's joined recently and didn't catch what I was talking about earlier, this third flipper, there's actually a flipper up above too. It's just a metal bar that when you hit that flipper, it'll take the ball right off of this habit trail. So the idea is that when it comes down this side, you would use that slammer or the wham bar to clothesline it over and hit these upgrade stand-up targets. The bad thing about this though, and I don't know if they thought about it or not, but it dents the playfield. So at the right angle, you can see little dents all over the playfield. So I try not to use that because at this point in the code, there's no benefit to it either. So it's not worth damaging the playfield for that shot. Sadly, because it's kind of a fun shot, but I don't want to ruin the playfield. It pretty much nails Hulk Hogan and Steve Austin's face, and it's just starting to pit. So I'm hoping that that doesn't start wearing through. I imagine if these were... these didn't really sell that well, so I don't imagine there will be a lot of them in circulation. Even with the 400 limit, I would be surprised if there was 400 that actually sold. So we'll see in 10, 15 years if every single one of these is wrecked all in that section. I really hope not, and I certainly don't want to have to put a piece of Mylar over it, but I'm really concerned about damaging that side of the playfield. Oh, it's going to kick out. There we go. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. already hit. So technically this is the US title match. Oh, come on. Oh, man, that's almost perfectly straight down the middle if you don't have enough momentum getting around this loop. I've had it sometimes get stuck and it just lightly rolls out and it's right down the center. And I don't think there's any amount of nudging that would save those balls. See you later, Polly, and dream of pinball innovation. Alright, before I forget, I'm taking down these little vinyl toys. Here we got Ric Flair, Hollywood Hulk Hogan, got the Undertaker, and all the way on the other side, the Macho Man, Randy Savage. I have played it a few times where those have crashed down and hit the play field, and that was not a surprise I was looking forward to. I've got smudges up here too. I don't know how I have smudges this far other than my cat Charlie. I catch him occasionally climbing up on here. So it's possible I got cat footprints up there. Alright. That's good. Let me check. Looks like the camera's moved slightly again. Looks like there's a little glare up top, but I think that's because the back glass is so bright. Hopefully it shows good enough. There we go. That should do it.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
Alright. I haven't played as John Cena, but we're going to do it. So we're going to get to hear some John Cena music here in a second. That was a terrible first ball. That's because I've got John Cena playing for me. John Cena's alright. I don't care for the character, but he's a hard worker. Good combo. Flying crossbody on Randy Orton. And there's the pin. Yeah, this WrestleMania machine just came out just before last year's WrestleMania. So less than a year old. Now what's funny is I was actually intending to buy a Stern, but I was looking at Metallica. And I kept saying, yeah, it's too expensive right now. If they decide to make a WWE pin, then maybe I'll buy one then. And of course, like literally weeks after I say that, they announce WrestleMania. So I had to do it. But I went in knowing the issues with the code, with all their other games, and especially Metallica, how long it took to get the code out for that. But honestly, after they did get the Metallica code fixed, I mean, the game was okay to begin with, and now it's even better. So I would still like to get a Metallica. And in some cases, I'm like, man, if I would have bought Metallica, I would have saved some money on rather than this machine, and probably enjoyed it a lot more. But because wrestling's my thing, I gotta have it. And really, this isn't a terrible game if you like the theme. There's a lot of little things that need to be fixed, but for certain, it'll be better once they release the next large code update. Especially if Lyman's on it, since he did the Metallica update as well. I think there's a lot of potential. This could be a very fun game with good code. And hopefully it's coming within the next few weeks. From the few sources I've heard online and just little things here and there in other streams, it sounds like they've been working on it for a while, and we're probably just waiting until they had a King of the Ring tournament running through December 31st. So I imagine they wouldn't want to release code that would change the scoring considerably after they've already had people playing all year. So I would guess any time now we should be getting a nice update. I did see that they released the Avengers update, which a lot of people have been waiting for a long time. So that's awesome news for Avengers owners. The Metallica Pro, Metallica Pro I think you can get for under 5,000, probably around 4,800. The LEs I don't think are out there, but if you find, you know, somebody willing to sell the LEs, you're probably looking at maybe 6,000. I don't know, maybe a little bit more. I don't know. I haven't really looked too carefully on the secondhand market for those, but the new in box, like the retail price is like 5,400 or something, but usually you can get a little bit lower depending on the distributor you go through. But yeah, Metallica, I'd love to have that. AC/DC's great too. Oh, there you go. Don't Touch the Door is now hosting my channel. Thanks. Really appreciate it. And it's Pandemonium in the Ring. Thank you, Vince McMahon. So if we have any new viewers from the Don't Touch the Door stream, thanks for joining. We're playing Stern's WrestleMania from last year, so it's a fairly new game. It definitely has a lot of issues, and there's a lot of things that need to be fixed, but it's still playable. It can get old after a while, though, once you really figure out the limitations of the current code, but I haven't played it for several months, so it's really just been sitting here looking pretty all this time. So it's kind of fun tonight to actually get in here and play it and give it some extended play. I don't think I played it this long in one go since I bought it. Oh, man. Hey, there's 10 Spence. Yeah, so we've been on here, I don't know how long it's been now. What time is it? 11:30. Been on here playing WrestleMania for a while. So it's actually a lot of fun. I haven't played it in a long time. So it's kind of fun to get back into it a little bit. I've been pointing out all the weird little glitches and strange things that are not, you know, implemented in the current code. So I won't keep going over it too much, but you'll probably see as you're watching, you'll see some weird things that don't make a lot of sense. There's modes and areas that just don't have code to support it yet. So the strategy is, there's actually 3 or 4 different things you can do. My best game so far tonight was 99 million, which is actually pretty high for this game. Most average games, you're looking at like 30 to 45 million. So anything, you know, 75 to 100 is pretty good. My highest all-time score is about oh, I missed that one. About 133 million. Looks like the DMD display is really flickery, but I think it's because I'm using this cheap camera. And I've got it zoomed in pretty far. So it's definitely not flickery on screen here, but I really think I need to get another one of these C920 cameras. I really like those. I'm using the Microsoft LifeCam 720p for the DMD, which works okay, but to really get a good view of it, it has to be really close. So it's sitting up here next to the playfield camera, and I've got it zoomed in artificially, so it may be distorted a little bit. What was that, 10 million? Yeah, that was a pretty bad game. Alright, we're going with The Undertaker. See if I can get my multiplier. That should do it. It did. Good. Credited me with my 3x multiplier. Perfect. Taker versus Kane. Classic match from WrestleMania 14 and 20. And tons of other matches. They fought each other basically from 98 through about 2004. And they had a stint where they teamed together, and then over the last decade they've been teaming off and on. For anybody who doesn't follow wrestling, Kane is supposedly The Undertaker's half-brother. And they have a ridiculous storyline that I absolutely love. That Kane is the brother that The Undertaker never knew he had until 1997, when his manager Paul Bearer revealed that his brother didn't die in the fire that killed their parents. That it turned out to be Kane survived, and then they had this big secret that they were going to reveal, and then it was revealed that The Undertaker actually started the fire that killed his parents and thought he killed his own brother. But he didn't. He was a disfigured mutant monster that years later would be revealed when he took his mask off that he really wasn't burned or mutated or a monster. He was just a regular man that had psychological scarring. You gotta love pro wrestling. Good stuff. And there's so much more to their ridiculous stories, but that's what makes it so much fun. Good character development. That's something that the current version of wrestling misses considerably. There's really not a lot of character development on anybody, so everybody feels kind of the same. They're getting a little bit better at it, but it's never like it was back then. Alright, so what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to hit these flashing targets. After a match, it allows you to pose after the match and collect a showboating bonus, which I don't think I actually collected the bonus because I never hit enough targets. Yeah, pro wrestling, especially in the late 90s, pro wrestling is definitely a soap opera for men. Never more so than it was in the 90s in the Attitude Era. That was some good times, though. I mean, that was the kind of the high point in terms of wrestling. The most people watching it, the ratings were, you know, the highest they've ever been in that era. Even though when you look back at it, it's like pretty amazing the kind of stuff that went on, the kind of the adult-oriented type of things that they were doing back then that probably would not work these days. I think today's world is too politically correct to accept some of the garbage that they did back then, even though it was fun at the time. But the other aspect is you don't have, you know, there's great wrestlers nowadays, but they don't have the character development or the personalities that the guys like Steve Austin and The Rock and The Undertaker, all those guys had back then. But that's not necessarily the fault of the wrestlers now. That's a lot of it is the creative minds behind the pro wrestling business. And a lot of it too is continuity. When they actually do come up with some storylines that are interesting, you don't know if they're actually going to stick with them from week to week. So you get invested in a character, and then the next week they don't show up on the show. Oops. And they just drop storylines. Or you see them going in one direction, and the next time they show up, they've totally forgotten that they used to hate this other guy. And it all comes down to proper scripting and developing the stories. Alright, what do we got here? Let me check and see who's watching still. We've got 5 viewers. We've got Codemaster9999. Haven't seen you in here yet. Welcome. I see Waffle House is still in here. He was in one of the first people to join in the room. So hopefully you're watching and enjoying the conversation and chat. Still got Steffi in here. Excellent. Thanks for joining. Really appreciate it. Again, I really enjoyed your streams the past several days. I'll have to check it out more often. I really just started using Twitch officially like less than 2 weeks ago. was a lot of fun coming on here, and I had been watching Dead Flip through his YouTube channel, but I hadn't been watching it live on Twitch. And so I actually just signed up. A friend of mine was a guest on the Attack of the Show, and that's a pretty great show. We were having a lot of fun watching that. So I decided to sign up at that time so I could participate in the chat. And then I started looking around and noticed there was all these pinball streams, and that was really exciting. So very cool to see everybody on here with their pinball machines set up. And then of course Paulie was chatting with me in one of the streams, and we started talking about setting up the stream, and he sent me a great list of all the equipment that I would need to do it. And I went to shopping on Amazon, and a couple days later we're streaming. So it's been a lot of fun. I really enjoy watching everybody else's channels, and really excited to be able to share my gameplay, and hopefully people enjoy watching it. Of course, wrestling's not for everybody, and I've got a lot of wrestling games and pinball, so there's definitely a niche audience for this stuff, but it's kind of fun. I know there's a lot of people who are just into pinball in general. They don't really care what the pinball machine is, but I'll mix it up. I'll be doing some repair streams as well. So, as I mentioned earlier, I've got the Genesis pinball over there on the left, and that one I've got new ramps, new LEDs, new rubber. It needs to be cleaned. I haven't done anything. I've owned it probably 2 years now, and I haven't done anything since I bought it. And I know there's a couple rollover switches that need adjusting, and a couple little things like that. It just needs a refresher or overhaul. So once I rearrange the room a little bit, that's going to come out in the middle of the room, and we'll start working on that, doing some repair stuff. Because really, like I was telling Paulie, he was talking about, you know, almost enjoying repair more than playing. And I kind of found that too. I started getting into collecting these games because I really like playing them. But once I've owned them, and I start realizing I actually enjoy cleaning them and repairing and diagnosing and fixing things even more than playing them in most cases. Oh, there we go. So I finally hit the top. So that's the Money in the Bank briefcase. So you get a pretty good point value for that. Technically what it's supposed to do is make your next match be a title match, but I don't believe it works. So I'm not in a match right now, so technically I should hit these drop targets, and the match should begin as a title match. There we go. Oh. So it didn't go to a title match. So yet again, another piece of code that's not quite complete. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I worked on getting the lighting set up a little better. I've got some new software to control the individual cameras, because I was noticing before that Logitech software was just really screwing it up. And you mentioned to delete that stuff out of there. I got rid of it. And then I found an alternate program that can go in there and identify each camera individually. So I was able to turn off the autofocus and get it zoomed in. Plus I moved my studio light a little bit too. And I changed the entire layout. So I've got my cameras, the two Logitech cameras are now going through the powered hub with the microphone. And then I have the little DMD camera just running in a long stream all the way back. And I think that's how it's going now. So it looks a little better having the powered hub closer to the cameras rather than all the way in the computer. I think that was causing some of the issues. But overall, I think it looks pretty good on the screen. The DMD refresh rate is terrible, though. I can see it just flashing. So that may just be the camera. But I think I'm going to get another one of these Logitechs. I think those will work pretty well to set up. And I would like to do a camera off the top, kind of a front-facing camera, because it always feels awkward to turn around this way. And so everybody's looking at my back. But yeah, it's a little different. For anybody who hadn't joined over the weekend, I had it set up a little different with, instead of having like a wide angle view, I had just had it right on the flippers, which is kind of cool. But I figured I'd change it up tonight and have the other pinball machines show up in the background. Yeah, and the sound, that was a big thing. I was really not pleased. I went back and played back the recordings from the weekend, and I don't know if the recordings don't have any sound or if it was just so quiet you guys had to turn your speakers up really loud to hear it. I tried to play it on the Twitch app on the PlayStation 4 just to check it out, and it was just silent. I couldn't hear anything. So I wanted to make sure that I got this good mic set up here, and hopefully it sounds okay. I'll play it back later tonight and check it out. But I think the problem was it just didn't have enough power through that long USB extension. Oh, I saw your comment there, 10 Spence, about seeing The Rock in '98. That was like his prime time. You know, he was at his best in, you know, the late '90s, which is odd because he debuted in '97 and people hated his guts. They thought he was the worst. But then when he joined the Nation of Domination, that's where everything took off. They allowed him to kind of embrace the hatred of the fans and totally go heel. And he just ran with it. And his charisma has just taken him so far. My friend Toby absolutely hates The Rock. He hates him with such a passion. And so it's always funny whenever we're hanging out. You know, he gives me a hard time about, you know, The Undertaker losing. And I sometimes give him a hard time about, you know, his favorite wrestler, The Rock. But I never was really super into The Rock's matches, but I gotta admit, you know, he definitely, you know, held the audience in his hand and, you know, had an amazing charisma, and he certainly wrestled good enough. It's not like he was bad. He had a limited moveset, but almost everybody who's successful in wrestling has a limited moveset, and they get over based on their character and their charisma. And of course, Toby, if you're watching this on a replay, you gotta come join and hang out. And I promise I won't select The Rock when I play. We gotta get you on the stream. One thing that, you know, one of many talents that Toby has is that he does a perfect impersonation of the Macho Man and Arnold Schwarzenegger. So when I have him on as a guest, you'll get to experience Macho Toby. Yeah, man, back in '98, the energy of the crowd was just so incredible back then. Every once in a while, I'll see clips on Facebook of people sharing, you know, amazing moments from wrestling back in those days, and it doesn't even compare to the time now. It's like when you're listening to the audience actually cared. Everything that happened got huge reactions. Every character on the show had some sort of a storyline. You know, it was just an energy that you can't replicate. And the show these days, that energy doesn't exist. Even for their top guys, it gets loud. It's pretty amazing. Like at WrestleMania this year, that was a pretty amazing feeling, especially at WrestleMania 30. That was probably the most energy I've heard from a wrestling crowd in a decade. But it's not the same as it was like every single week on Monday. You know, that place was packed, signs from floor to the ceiling. That energy is just amazing. And I think that's what everybody really misses about wrestling these days. The passion isn't there anymore.
The Undertaker is victorious.
Alright, lost my momentum up there. Ooh. Almost comboed it up. Wow, that was kind of cool, stopping the ball up there. Alright, I gotta get up into the ring to start this match. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. Oh. Alright, I'm just gonna go right up into the ring, get the match started. That's one cool feature, is if you just want to launch it directly to the ring, you don't actually have to plunge it. You can hit both flippers at the same time and it will auto plunge all the way up to the top, which is kind of a cool feature. Hey Charles, Kitty, hey. Hold on. What are you doing? Yeah, he's messing around underneath the pin bot. I've got some cardboard boxes that I got some new parts and stuff in, and he loves to climb in those boxes, but I'm always afraid that he's going to think it's a litter box. I don't need that in my pinball room. See if we got any new followers in here. Nope. Got a match on my lowest score of the night, 8 million. It's like the camera got bumped again. Let me see if I can. It's like very sensitive, this little bracket I got. I really like it, but I wonder if the legs of the tripod are touching the pinball machine. That's probably why it's moving a little bit. I think next time I set this up, I want to try to bring this over playfield camera down a little bit more from like a POV shot. It looks significantly different than when you're actually seeing it. You can't really see the depth. And it's probably hard to see that under ring loop. And you can't even really see the DVD or the LCD above the ring. Let's see if I can adjust it slightly here without screwing everything up. I might actually screw it all up if I try to mess with this. I'm going to just twist it just a little bit. Wow. That gets rid of the flippers a little bit, but you can see a little bit more of the screen up there. Alright, maybe we'll try that. Yeah, the DMD cam is so loose. Alright, we'll try that out. Let me see on the stream here if I overcorrected. There's like a 10-second delay or so. Of course, that means you're going to have 10 seconds of me just staring at this phone. Yeah, looks alright. We'll give it a shot and we'll see how that works.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
Shawn Michaels versus Dolph Ziggler. Michaels, sweet chin music.
So I got my multiplier advanced to 3, which really is the key to high scores. Use that skill shot as often as possible, because then you only have to complete the rollover lanes twice. So I hit the referee's out mode. So referee's completely knocked out. So now on the DMD you can see the double team action going on up there. And I want to hit all of the ramps for jackpots. Wow, that went really quick. Usually that mode lasts longer with the ball saver. It looks like the camera's off too far to the left now. Alright, I'll correct that once I get to the next ball. So I'm at 4x multiplier. So again, the scoring in this game really is all based on your end of ball multiplier or end of ball bonus, because you can get up to 25 million points, which is huge considering everything else in the game is fairly low score. Alright, come on. I want to get over to that tag team mode. Yeah, because my score right now, 15 million, so my end of ball bonus will actually be more than my entire score to this point. There we go. Sean versus Roddy Piper. That would have been an amazing match. These two guys in their prime. There it is. Super kick. Alright. So now I'm trying to pose to get my showboating bonus by hitting all the moving lights. Lost momentum. Alright. So now it's a title match. Oh, it saved me on the break hold. Super kick. There it is, pinfall. And the new U.S. champion. Almost lost it there. I was looking at the chat. Oh, man. But I got my 5 multiplier. I was almost up to the max, so I'm going to get a pretty big bonus here. A lot of people don't like that it counts down like this because it does take a while, and so in tournament you're like standing around for big bonuses every single time. But it's kind of cool in a way too because it's very old school. It's very much like Firepower 2 has the same type of a countdown system. Look at that, almost the max bonus, and I got an extra ball. So I'm at 55 million, still on ball 1. That's probably the best I've done all night. And I've got kick outlet in the left out lane. Oh, it saved me. Good. So I'm still, my multiplayer's all reset though, so if I want to really try to get a high score, instead of starting a match, I need to be completing the rollover lanes, because the matches are easy to accidentally start. So if you focus on completing rollover lanes, usually you're going to end up with a better overall score. Alright. And occasionally those rollover lanes up there will have a flashing one. And the flashing one will actually give you 3 lights instead of just 1. Oh, dang it. Started a match. Alright. Versus Kane. So the key here is to time your flips properly, because the slingshots are actually closer to the bottom than they are to the middle. So it's kind of a weird way to flip. But once you get used to it, it's not too bad. That little third flipper there, I always like to grip it like that and let it slide down, because then it almost gives you a perfect catch on the left flipper. usually, yep, you can time it and get it right up there, which is way more effective than actually using it to flip. At least for now, until they give you a reason to flip to hit those targets. There we go. You see that? Not in a match, I started the referee scoring mode, which is a hurry-up mode, and it opens the upper one-way gates to allow the ball to loop all the way around the orbit, up the ramp and down the other side. Oh, which is really cool when you can do it. Every time I've hit that mode tonight, I've screwed it up. So I've only hit it like 3 or 4 times in the loop. But every time you hit it, it gives you the score, then it resets the timer, and then the score starts draining again until you hit the next loop. Alright, let's go for the advanced bonus. I think I got it. Oh, it didn't give it to me. It's possible that it only gives you that advanced bonus one time if you're in a match. So if you're still in a match when you drain, that bonus doesn't activate, which could also be a glitch. Oh, at least I had the kick out. Ball saved. So in this case, I'm in a match. Those 3 flashing rollovers up there would have done a finisher had I rolled through those lanes. So it does have a little bit of a bonus of nudging when you're at the top, but I really don't do that too much. Alright, so the match is over. Showboating mode. Oh, there's Kane for the extra ball. So now that, this little pocket over here on the left is now an extra ball, which the best way to get that is to eject the ball from the other side. It's a really hard shot to get off the right flipper. I'm going to try to bounce it over here. There we go. Alright, so from the left flipper, I can get that extra ball if I'm really careful. Wow. And then of course you get to see the Bella Twins booty in the DMD. Alright, tag team is ready. Hit the ramp for tag team. There we go. Shawn Michaels and Hogan. Alright, oh. So of course in all the multi-ball modes, at least at this point, the goal is simply to hit all of the lit ramps and the loop underneath the ring. I got that right at the last second. Good. So that only gave me 1,000,000 points though for that entire bonus, but I'm up to 71 million on ball 2 with an extra ball, so I'm doing pretty good here. Come on, save it. Yeah, I think the sound cutting out is just this USB cable on this microphone. I noticed when I was testing it out on the long run, all the way back to the computer, it was like unusable. And so now that it's closer to this, now that it's closer to the hub, I think it has more power, but it's also sharing with the cameras on this hub, so that may be an issue. Oh, it's ball save. There's something weird about it. The hub is a USB 3 hub. And the microphone, I don't know if it's USB 3 compatible or if it's 2. It's probably 2. I think they're older mics. They're like from 2009 or something. They're still fairly old, but the cameras are all USB 2 as well. And I noticed that depending on which port I plug them into on the computer, they act a little bit differently. So the hub is actually in a USB 3 port. Oh, shoot. And the little camera I'm using for the DMD only works in one of the USB 2 ports on the computer directly. I couldn't get it to work through the hub. Oh, I'm losing it. But so far tonight, I think everything's going pretty good in general. I'm going to play it back and see what the levels are like. I may need to adjust the levels for the audio. Oops. Let's see it. It's going to be hard to top my 99 million score now with that terrible second ball. What's funny is right now there's not a match happening, so all the stuff I'm doing in the ring up here is like worth almost nothing. So now I can hit the pinfall. Gave me $1 million. Oh, and that's my Ring Fans Award. So apparently when you get the rollovers and spell yes, it adds a little bonus. So when you actually do that, then maybe it changes your bonus. Yeah, see, there was only 25,000, whereas it was $1 million before. But for the effort it takes, you don't get much points. Alright, so I'm going to try for the... stay in there. Oh, come on. I'm going to try for the tag team mode again. Oh. That was it. No multiplayer, so that's not going to be a good score. Still got to put my initials in, though. Alright. Did you hear that? If you're smart enough, enter your initials. Thanks a lot, Michael Cole. We'll say David Rules. $79 million. That felt like a pretty intense game, though. Alright, that camera is screwed up. I can sort of see my monitor in the other room, but the right edge is blocked. I think I'm going to go change the angle. I'll be right back. Okay, now I can see it better. I'm gonna get that centered up. It's actually a little bit higher than it probably should be. Let's see if I can do it without screwing everything up here. Give a little better angle. Okay, that's pretty cool. Although when I'm playing, it's like right in my face. Alright, we'll try that. Let's see if I can now. There's the back glass, which is really cool. It's a mirrored back glass. It's a little bright on there, but you got Hogan, Rock, Austin, there's The Undertaker, and of course the big man, Andre the Giant. It's hard to tell, but the electricity coming off Hogan's hand there is actually part of the mirrored effect. But in this room, it's so dark that it's hard to actually see that it's mirrored. Alright, let's see if I can get this pointed properly. So there it is, but this little camera does not have a good grip. It's like a rubberized piece. I just want it to balance out. Alright, that's probably good enough. Close as it's going to get. Move the playfield back. Alright, let's try that. Okay. It's kind of at a weird angle, but I think that's how it's going to have to be for now. But I think the playfield angle looks a little better. Maybe there's less glare. Hopefully it's in focus. Not as much visibility of the flippers, but I'll just stand back up so I'm not looking at the camera too much. I don't know if it comes across on the microphone very well, but I just love the sound of the ball rolling on this playfield. Because it's such a perfectly smooth, brand new playfield. It's just incredible. Wow, it came off the habit trail. Referee mode. Oh, it blocked it. It's going into the multi-double team mode. Big body slam on Sheamus. I can feel my voice going out. I need to get something to drink here pretty quick. No, too hard. Oh, look at that. Almost perfectly balanced. Alright, maybe on this game I'm going to try to just continually focus on the tag team match. I really want to try to see, they claim on the sticker here, it says tag team multi-ball, 4-ball multi-ball is started after a number of lit tag team shots have been achieved. The tag team championship match is started when Money in the Bank is active. So I don't know if that's true or not. What that means is I would have to get the Money in the Bank skill shot and then start the tag team mode without starting a match. So if that's the case, it's kind of a weird way to do it because Money in the Bank does not apply to tag team matches at all in actual on WWE programming. Technically it could, but nobody would ever cash in on the tag titles when they could go for the world title. But if that's how it's supposed to work, I'll try it out. So next game I start, that's what I'm going to do. Alright, so there's the Money in the Bank. So I got it. But I'm also in a match, so I have to complete the match with Sheamus first. Oh no, I'm not in a match. Good. Okay, so let's hit that right stand-up tag target. Almost. Come on. Oh. Start over. Too hard.
Hogan versus Kane.
Wow, that was kind of weird. It looked like it almost got caught right in the wedge of the flipper and the ball guide. There you go, I like that shot. That's almost timed perfectly when it drains off of that little flipper to hit it right up the ramp. The tag team stand-ups don't do anything in standard matches. So right now, oh, dang it. I just have to get back to the ring. So that's the other thing too, is if you don't hit that Money in the Bank skill shot, simply by plunging up that ramp multiple times, you can actually acquire the Money in the Bank without collecting it through the skill shot. The problem is you have to do it 3 times, and it's near impossible with only 3 balls to actually plunge it 3 times like that. I guess if you got an extra ball, or if every single time you played you just went straight up to the top, then potentially on your 3rd ball you'd have an opportunity at it. I might try that if I don't hit it on the first time. Alright, so tag team was hit. I don't have the Money in the Bank active, so it's not going to do the title match. Man. Risky. Who do we got there? Oh, Voof Voof is now hosting. Thank you, Voof Voof. Appreciate it. I think I ended up watching Voof Voof's channel earlier with some Pinball Arcade or some virtual pinball going on over there. Oh, and we got 5. Oh, there we go. 5 viewers from Voof Voof's channel. Thanks for sharing. Really appreciate it. So, for anybody newly joining, we're playing Stern's WWE WrestleMania Limited Edition. And at this point, I'm kind of playing around, just trying to figure out new ways to score and try to open up modes I've never seen before. So, I'm trying to figure out how the Money in the Bank works for getting a tag title match. According to the instruction card, which has not necessarily been accurate in any way, you have to use the Money in the Bank briefcase from your skill shot on the plunge, and then start the tag team multiplayer mode, or multi-ball mode. So at this point I'm not in an active match, so I can start tag team mode by hitting these stand-up targets, and I keep missing that left one. So this one I've already hit. Now I've got to hit the left one. And once those 2 are hit, then it activates the tag team twice and then hit the ramp. So it's fairly elaborate. And then they add, for difficulty, the second time you start it, I think you have to hit more than 1 time or twice or 3 times into the left. There we go. Alright, so now both are active. So now the tag team light is flashing over here. And that is a really difficult shot, even from the right flipper. Let's see if I can do it. Oh, look at that. Second time I called it and pulled it off. Oh, and I even went up the ramp, but I have to do it one more time before it'll start the tag team multi-ball. And I don't have my Money in the Bank briefcase active. I didn't collect it, so it won't be a title match. But at least we can get the multi-ball going. Maybe. Oh my goodness. That might have been ball 3. Yep. Thanks again, Voofoof. Appreciate it. Always glad to stream pinball. As you can see, I got my whole lineup over here turned on, so we'll be kind of rotating in. Tonight's just going to be WrestleMania, and then depending on how I rearrange the room, I'll probably start shifting over and moving some around because I really want to get to Genesis. I'm doing some gameplay, but then I'm going to do restoration. I've got some parts that need to go in there. Also got the Royal Rumble, so I'm going to play that coming up because next Sunday, this coming Sunday, is the Royal Rumble 2016. So I may end up doing Royal Rumble sometime this week, leading up to the official Royal Rumble pay-per-view on Sunday. Here we go. I'm going to try for the Money in the Bank, which is the top lit. Oh, not enough power. So again, in this game, what's odd, you got the shoot again. If you miss your skill shot, you're best off letting it drain, and then it fires it automatically back into the ring for you. Which is a little weird, but it ends up being an easier way to get back into the ring than just trying to catch it and shoot the ramps. And if the match hadn't started already, it'll automatically start the match for you. Outlane. Trying to look at some of these other missed. So it claims the extra ball that I hit earlier that activates on this left switch here is simply by hitting this loop underneath the ring multiple times. You just do it a whole lot, it'll eventually open up that extra ball. Ah, not strong enough. Okay. So, go on, get in there. There we go. It seems so backwards to use the ball saver like that, but it actually really works. Because, see there, I just hit the tombstone on Roman Reigns. Should have been the end of the match. Gotta get back up in there and pinfall or do more damage. There we go. Flying shoulder block. That's it right there. Shoulder block. Knockout. Alright, so now we're out of the match mode, which means I can start a new match by dropping these 3 drop targets. Or if you're not in a match, that's where you can start your tag team modes. So I want to try to start the tag team mode. Oh, and I inadvertently almost started a match again. Oh, look at that. Terrible ball control. Yeah, this game is less than a year old, and the reason you probably haven't seen any is because they probably haven't sold well. Sadly, this limited edition is only 400, and most people agree there's probably not been 400 sold, so it's even more limited. Mine is number 19 of 400, and so at least there's 18 other people who own this machine. On the pin side, there's probably only 3 or 4 who admit to owning it in the threads. Most people just crap on it because it's wrestling, but I love wrestling. It's not a terrible game. The code is terrible, but they can improve that. And the rumor is that they've assigned Lyman cheats on it to complete the code, so I'm feeling pretty confident that when he's done, it's actually going to be pretty fun. Because even as it is now, it's fun if you like wrestling. If you're just a pinball fan and you don't care about wrestling, the modes and the process going through this game is not that fun. There are moments that are fun. The combos of the ramps, when you get that flowing, is very tight. And of course, like at this point, I don't have a match going, so it's almost pointless to bounce the ball around up in the ring, because you get very few points for doing anything up there. There is a mechanic built in using the ring without having a match, where you get points for like the energy of the fans, but it's so little. It's almost not worth doing. There he is, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Famous classic wrestler, Hall of Famer. Not entirely sure how that match started though, because they didn't drop that third drop target. But we'll take him on anyway. There it is, Tombstone. Ooh, Tombstone pile driver. And that vibration, I put the rumble motor in here, which is so overpowered when you do a finisher that literally the entire table shakes all over the ground, and if you have anything sitting up on top, it's going to fall. At this point, because I just finished a match, it gives you a little bit of time to pose, and you can get a bonus for posing, but I don't think I actually got a bonus there. And now I'm in a title match for the U.S. Championship. But one of the bugs of the code is that you fight the... Maybe it's not a bug, maybe they intended it. That you fight a non-title match against the champion, and then when you beat him, you immediately fight him again for the title. Seems kind of odd, but that's how it works. Alright, so now I'm the U.S. title, or the U.S. champion. After you win a title, it doesn't give you the showboat mode. But at least from my experience tonight, once you win the title, then you have to fight a few other matches, and then you defend the title before it moves you on to the Intercontinental title, which I've never even seen happen. So it's possible that mode, the Intercontinental and the Heavyweight title, may not even be active. Yeah, sounds horrible. In some ways it is, considering how much it cost. But I really do have confidence that they're going to come out with a really nice update that will make it fun. I truly don't believe it's going to be... You know, the people who already hate it are not going to just turn around and all of a sudden love it, because most people that hate it simply because it's wrestling. That's why I love it. I pre-ordered it day one when I knew that it came out. It was pretty much the only game. I told some friends, like, it was weeks or a month before they made the announcement. I was like, well, you know, I was looking at a Metallica, but I said, you know, if they ever make a real WWE game, then I'll have to buy it. That'll be my first new in box. And then literally weeks later, they announced it. So I put in my pre-order and I followed through and picked it up. Because obviously I love wrestling, and I've got the Royal Rumble game here, and I've got arcade, you know, all the wrestling arcade games. It had to be part of the collection. And it's got Hulk Hogan's signature right down in the middle, which is pretty cool, even though I already have his autograph on other things. But it's pretty neat to have a pinball machine signed by Hogan. And just the whole overall look of it is really cool. Of course, the classic wrestlers is a big thing for me. I like that theme way better than the pro version, which is the current guys like John Cena that I don't particularly care for. Even though the nice thing with the LE, the code is exactly the same as the pro for the most part. You still have all the same wrestlers that were in the pro version, but you have all the additional legends. So you have 4 more wrestlers you can choose from. Undertaker, Shawn Michaels, Hulk Hogan, and Steve Austin. In addition to The Rock, Triple H, John Cena, and Daniel Bryan. Plus, the opponents you face, there's a ton of legends that you fight against, which doesn't change anything other than you have fun animations and new callouts, but it's pretty cool. And the playfield is slightly modified, so Hulk Hogan's on there all over the place. Andre the Giant, the Ultimate Warrior, and the Undertaker. But there are a lot of things left over from the pro, like all the Daniel Bryan stuff is still in the lanes, the rollover lanes, the big shows here. Kane, Daniel Bryan's right in the center, where I mentioned earlier that really should have been the Macho Man Randy Savage. Sadly, Macho Man is not a part of this game at all. Sensational Queen Sherry, who managed him for a long time, is on the side. But that's it. I thought Elizabeth might make it. No Elizabeth, no Macho Man. And oddly enough, right after this game came out is when the whole controversy with Hulk Hogan came out. And so WWE is not going to promote this game in the least, which does not do a good... It's not good for the future sales of the game, even though Stern said they're not going to change their marketing. They're going to still support the game because they're not related to WWE's... I guess they don't have to not sell it. Most of the sponsors that WWE worked with, they told them pull all the Hulk Hogan toys, merchandise. They got rid of everything. But Stern said, no, we're still going to sell this. It could be that, you know, they already sold their 400, or they're just there wasn't demand, so it didn't bother them. Either way, without WWE saying anything about it, that probably hurts just the notoriety of the pin itself. It is pretty expensive for the average wrestling fan. Wrestling fans are notoriously cheap. But when you look at WrestleMania and you think about, like, this year there will be over 100,000 people who paid hundreds of dollars for WrestleMania tickets. Millions and millions of dollars are spent going to WrestleMania every year. Those are the people who own these machines. And so it's a really high-end thing for a wrestling fan to have. And it's ridiculous. Even I know it's ridiculous. I'm still going to be paying this off for a while. But I think Stern, you know, realized that. That's why it was a low limited edition for the collectors, whereas the Pro Edition I've seen on location in several places. So at least I know the Pro Edition is selling, but not to home users as much. So who knows? I thought for sure that the wrestlers who are involved in this game would probably have a copy just because it's cool. That probably WWE's home office would have them in the lobby. But considering all the controversy with Hulk Hogan, there's no chance this is sitting anywhere on WWE property. They may have pro versions, but I haven't seen it. They did a really tiny clip, like a 5-minute little segment on the WWE Network, talking about the pro model of the game a year ago when it came out, but that was prior to the Hogan thing. It's never been mentioned officially by WWE ever since, which is really sad, because I thought for sure with them hyping it, it would get a lot of promotion, even at the fan festivals and stuff, and that it would help get, you know, more people to know that pinball still exists and it's out there. Oh, look at that. I started a referee knockout multi-ball. But I lost all the momentum out of that multi-ball. Let's see here. Yeah, that's true. Walking Dead, the theme is great, but yeah, a lot of people hated the gameplay, and the update actually was pretty significant. It's funny how that game, and even Avengers now, and Kiss, of course, several games have had many code updates, and they were released around the same time or later than WrestleMania, and WrestleMania is still sitting out here waiting. But yeah, the Hulk Hogan issue, I'm glad that it didn't become as big a deal as WWE thought it was, but essentially he said some racist things on a sex tape that was privately recorded without his knowledge, that TMZ and a couple websites leaked footage of, and this is like 8 years ago. But in court, he's suing the Gawker website that leaked the footage, and as part of the lawsuit, they released the transcripts of the tape itself, and in the tape he said some pretty racist things towards his daughter's boyfriend, or just in reference to the daughter's boyfriend. And because of that, and because WWE is such a huge publicly traded company, they decided before that came out they were going to erase Hulk Hogan from their history and distance themselves from him. So literally everything Hulk Hogan oriented was pulled from the websites. All his merchandise was canceled and removed. Every link other than him and historical footage on the network has been eliminated. Which really sucks, because, you know, Hogan, especially to people who don't know anything about pro wrestling, they still know Hulk Hogan. He's a pop culture icon, and so what he said, of course, is inexcusable, but the reaction to it, I think, was maybe overblown. Not that what he said, you know, was right or anything, but there's a lot of situations around that I think are kind of odd. So I don't know. I have a pretty strong feeling that, you know, because it didn't blow up as big as they expected, eventually they'll come to terms and he'll be brought back in and he'll be able to work, you know, be a part of the show again. Essentially, he's done in the ring. He's been retired for a long time, but he still is involved. He has been involved in wrestling constantly since 1980, well, prior to 84 when he became, you know, the Hulk Hogan we know. But he's been in the business longer than just about anybody else that's still alive right now. I think a big thing is people, a lot of times people don't separate the character from the person, especially when it comes to wrestling, because for so many years, you know, everybody was told wrestling is real, and that if you say it's fake, that, you know, there was that controversy where the business was about protecting the fact that it's entertainment, and that it's, you know, it's not true competition. Although the more you learn about pro wrestling, the more you realize how less, you know, how real it really is. The matches, of course, being predetermined is completely unrelated to the amount of the politicking and the business that goes on behind the scenes. There's just so much more to it than people even realize. But essentially, it is a performance art, live-action stunt show, and when it's done right, it can be the most entertaining form of, or the most exciting form of entertainment of all time, I think. But it's always been kind of a lowbrow form of entertainment, and I think that's something that they'll never get away from. People who don't understand it will never get it, and you can't really explain it to anybody in a way that they'll say, oh, well, that sounds interesting. If people don't like wrestling, they're never going to like wrestling. And the people who love it will always love it. Even these days when current wrestling isn't great, I still love the classic stuff that I grew up to as much as I ever did. That's one thing I love about the WWE Network. It's basically $10 a month, and you can watch every pay-per-view that ever existed for WWF, WCW. They're even adding, of course, ECW. They're adding TV shows from the 80s and 90s. Even from Mid-South Wrestling, a lot of the smaller territories are getting tons of classic wrestling on there. So for $10 a month, if all you do is watch historical archive wrestling, more than your money's worth. Plus you get all the regular monthly pay-per-views included, so, and those used to be $60 for, you know, 2.5 hours of wrestling once a month, and now you can get all that plus all the archives for $10 a month. It's just an incredible deal.
Hogan versus Randy Orton.
Yeah, a lot of wrestlers, because wrestling is presented as that's who they are. A lot of times they, you know, especially in the old days, they would stay in character every time they were in public because they couldn't risk, you know, letting people know that, you know, they really don't hate the guy that they're working with. In most cases, the guys they're working with, they're pretty good friends with. And so there really was no differentiation between the character and the person. It wasn't until like the late 90s when things changed significantly, where Vince pretty much straight out came out and said, hey, this is sports entertainment. You know, we're tired of, you know, insulting the fans' intelligence. Essentially saying, we know that people know that this isn't, you know, a true competition in a sport. And there's a lot of people, and I kind of agree that it would be awesome if those days returned where it was treated more like a sport. The presentation of like UFC and mixed martial arts these days is so significantly different than pro wrestling, but in many ways it borrows what worked about pro wrestling back in the 80s and 90s. The way that they build up fights and tell stories and present it as a MMA, arguably, it is real competition. Of course, there are people who claim that it's becoming more and more fixed. I don't believe that's the case. Just like with boxing, there's always those individual situations, and sure, there could be situations where the guys fix something, but I don't believe that's the case with UFC. Of course, with wrestling, it's always been that way. Wrestling started in the carnival, and it was all about taking the money from the people who come to watch the entertainment. So if you control the outcome of the match, you can get people to pay money and bet on certain people, but you can always develop a story to get people to bet against one guy and then have the other guy win, and then you take all the money. So it's always been rooted in that type of shady business, and now they're looking for legitimacy among all the other forms of entertainment. So wrestling is very much like any other so-called reality show. What do we got? We got a new follower, Master Cleaver. I'll have to check to make sure that's the correct name. Thanks for joining. Thanks for your follow. Hope you're enjoying this stream. It's not always about wrestling, but I'll probably always mention wrestling in some form or another since it's so big, such a big part of my life. But we will play other pinball games and other arcade games. But tonight, it's all about Stern WrestleMania. Let's see. Master McClevey. Thanks again for the follow. Really appreciate it. Feel free to join in on the chat if you got any questions about the pinball machine or any questions about wrestling or anything. I'm up for talking about anything. It's already 12:30 here on the West Coast, so I don't even know how long I've been playing. A couple hours at least. Probably go for a little while longer. I'm still feeling awake. I'm gonna check all the chat here, see if there's anybody else who's joined in. So we got JDD36. Thanks for watching. Hope you're enjoying it. Lord Squeak, and there's our Master McClevey. Feel free to join in on the chat. Alright, let's start out. Let's go ahead and... Right here, I was trying for it earlier. There's the tag team multi-ball mode, and the only way to apparently go for the tag title is to hit the Money in the Bank skill shot and then activate the tag team mode. It's hard enough to hit that skill shot. Let me try it here. So you got to time it so it's lit. And then hit it, not strong enough. Hit it just strong enough to touch it, and then roll backwards. So by default, the very first ball immediately starts a match. So you can't even start the tag team mode until you defeat the first singles opponent. There we go. The Rock versus Dolph Ziggler. So up in the ring here, let's see. Clothesline, pinfall. Kick out. There we go. Irish whip, clothesline. Alright, back up. Nope. There we go, into the ring. Flying clothesline off the top. So, I didn't pin him, but the match is over. And that's because in the latest update that they released several months ago, people were complaining that it was too hard to finish a match because it's really hard to get the ball into that pinning cup up there. So they decided to change it where if you do enough damage to your opponent, it'll automatically finish the match as a knockout, which is kind of nice, although sometimes the matches finish really early. But that's okay, because most of the points come from non-match modes, unless you have a really high multiplier. So now I'm out of a match, so I can start the tag team mode again by hitting the two tags stand-up targets. The one on the left is actually pretty difficult. This one on the right, I can usually backhand up to it. It's really tight so it doesn't bump that star post. There we go. So the left one, I usually hit it when I intend to go for the ramp. Oh, there we go. I think it, nope, it didn't get it.
Amazing combo of hits.
There it is. Alright, so now that I've hit both stand-up targets, oh, that was going to go down the middle. Now I have to go over to the left and hit this spot twice, and then hit the ramp. Jeez. I've hit it twice when I called it earlier. Oh, no. It's a really hard shot to get that left angle there. I usually like reposition so I can look right up off of the flipper, and that helps. Let's try for the money in the bank on this one. Too hard. So if you miss it multiple times, at least if you go all the way up into the ring, if you do that 3 times, it'll give you the money in the bank. But usually there's, unless you intend to do that from the start, you can't do it without extra balls. Alright, come on, tag team. Almost. Oh, outline. Yeah, I think going back to the fixed fights, yeah, if that ever got out, that would ruin the UFC. So that's why I don't think it's happening. There's a great movie on Netflix called Freakonomics. Oh, I'm gonna get my ball saver. And there's a section in that movie, which is based on a book, that talks about sumo wrestling in Japan. And one thing that's unique is sumo wrestling in Japan is like their #1 sport, and it's full of honor and prestige. And yet, they've gone through and they've done all these statistics, and they've been able to prove that they've been fixing sumo fights for so long, it's actually become a pretty big controversy in Japan. And the reason they figured it out, because it truly is competition, but the sumo wrestlers make a ton of money based on their rankings. And so certain guys who are ranked so high are sometimes willing to lose to a guy who, if he wins, would give him a pretty big boost in money without affecting their money. So in like every situation, when they look through all these statistics, they found that in every matchup where the loser, the guy who, the underdog, if he would lose, it would cost him significantly, but if he won, he would gain a lot without any loss to the guy who was higher ranked. The guy who was the underdog won. And it was statistically improbable for that to happen every time. Yet they found a pattern and were able to prove that they've been fixing it. Now, it wasn't necessarily fixed by the organization, it was the wrestlers themselves. But man, that has an opportunity to ruin sumo wrestling in a big way. And I imagine the same thing could happen to UFC if there was ever a controversy like that. With wrestling, it's always been that way. You know, a lot of people always did, so... The funny thing is, in pro wrestling, when there are historical cases of matches getting out of control where the two guys stop working together and actually do fight each other legitimately. And yet, even in those situations, most people are like, oh, it's all fake, they just want you to believe it got out of hand. No, there have been real situations that have truly turned into real fights, and it's very unprofessional, but it does happen occasionally. Not as much anymore. Usually it happens on the independent leagues when you have wrestlers who aren't well trained or just don't have a lot of experience. But there are a lot of historical... there's video clips on YouTube as well if you ever want to go see... I think it was... what's his name in Japan? Giant Baba. And I forget the other guy's name. Some huge bearded guy. Looked kind of like Bruce Valanche. The two of them go in there, and this American guy doesn't want to work together. And so he starts, you know, no-selling the moves. The big giant guy who actually owns the promotion is actually fighting him. He gets so pissed off, he punches him and bloodies him up and starts kicking him in the face until the guy's just, like, destroyed. And actually in Japan, it's more common for people to legitimately get in real fights because they take it so seriously. Pro wrestling over there is bigger than it is here in America. And it's actually quite a bit more exciting, which is why currently WWE is working on negotiating and probably have already signed several of the the big-name Japanese wrestlers. Which is pretty exciting, actually, considering the Royal Rumble's coming up next week. There could be some pretty neat, exciting surprise entries. Oh, that's going down the middle. Oh, saved it. Wow. That's the funny thing with this game, is some games it feels like I'm playing for a long time on this one ball, yet my score is so bad. I'm on ball 2, and I'm not even to 6 million yet. That's the thing with this game, you have to like very deliberately try to score well. Alright, so here, let's try tag team mode again. Nope, too late. Oh. See, there's spots right in the middle here. We've still got 8 viewers on here. Thanks everybody for hanging out so late. Oh, I went over the top. One more plunge for the Money in the Bank, but I'm already on ball 3, so unless I get a... I'm going to try this. Oh, dang. Timing ran out. Saved it anyway. Didn't count towards my Money in the Bank score, though, so unless I get an extra ball, there's no way I'm getting the Money in the Bank briefcase on this game. Still want to try this tag team mode. Oh. Not gonna work. Okay, watch out, kitty. Go on. Second to worst score of the night. Alright, hold on. I gotta get my cat here for a second. What are you doing, huh? Alright. This is the guy who's bumping my tripods. Yeah. Go away. Alright. We're gonna go Hogan again. Oh! There it is. Alright. So I got the Money in the Bank. So now I have to complete the first match and then start the tag team mode. And potentially that'll give me the tag title match if the rule card is accurate. Which I don't trust that it is, but we'll give it a shot. If I can even get it up there for the match. Come on. There we go. Too early. There we go. Hogan versus Seth Rollins. So Seth Rollins is another wrestler who is currently on the injured list. The majority of the current top stars are all injured. Which, for better or worse, probably opens up a lot of opportunity for some of the other wrestlers who typically don't get a chance at the top titles. Alright, so we're in referee multi-ball, not tag team multi-ball. But just like the other multi-ball, the goal here is simply to hit the purple referee shots. right down the middle. Alright, so let's see if I'm still in a match. Yep. So I got to complete the match before I go to tag team mode. Yep, that's it right there. Okay. Aw. Started another match by hitting those drop targets. So I gotta defeat next opponent. And who's it gonna be? Cesaro. Yet another who's on the injured list. So he gets a leg drop for his troubles. See if I can get a win on this without losing the ball. There it is. Alright. The next match is probably going to immediately start, which is a tag match, or a singles match for the US title against Cesaro. This posing mode is really difficult, and it doesn't really give you a lot of bonus. There we go, so now we've got the title match. Leg drop, pinfall. That was quick. So that got me 9 million points for winning that, so that was pretty good. Alright, so we're going for tag match now. Oh, come on. Gotta be careful about this ball. I'm gonna lose the momentum coming down right on the middle again. So the other good thing, as I mentioned before, if you're not in a match, if you complete the rollover lanes at the top, that increases your multiplier. So I'm at 3x multiplier right now, so it's always a good idea to get that to 5, since your big bonus at the end of the ball can get up to 25 million. Alright, so there's the first tag team stand-up target. Let's go for the second one. Got it inadvertently. Alright. So, oh, shoot. So the tricky part now is hitting this tag team's target twice. And one way that might make it, well, and now I don't even know if I have that money in the bank again since I lost the ball. It may not be active even if I start tag team mode. If it didn't happen on the same ball when I acquired the briefcase, it may not go to tag title mode. So the other thing is the second flashing light advances the tag team rank, so that should do it. Yep. So now I only have to hit the tag. Oh yeah, it's starting right now. Good. So I just gotta hit the ramp. There we go. And it is not for the tag title, sadly. But I really don't know how to get that to work. I've never done it, so I'm not sure. But this mode, when you hit jackpots, the entire game shakes extremely violent. Because you get a super jackpot once you complete all 4 of the targets here, the ramps. Oh no. There we go. Whoa, that was the super jackpot. That scared the hell out of the cat. There we go. Oh, my multiplier has reset. Okay. See, it should have started the match by hitting that ramp, but the announcer was still talking, so it may not have registered. So I don't have a match yet. I'm waiting for the opponent. Gotta love that Hulkamania music. So that's weird. It should have started the match right there. I'm not sure why I'm not getting a match. So what I think I'm going to do... Oh, I guess I can't. I was going to drop the drop targets again, which is what normally initiates the match. But when the ring announcer talks, usually that means you hit the ramp and then it announces your opponent and starts the mode. Which it didn't do that time. So let's try for Money in the Bank. Nope, not high enough. There it is, versus Cesaro again. There's actually a lot of wrestlers you can face, but it tends to pick the same ones frequently. So I don't know if it's random or if it's based on what title match you're going for. Because we had Brock Lesnar earlier, but that was after I had already defended the US title several times, and it seemed like it should have been moved up to one of the other belts, but I don't know if those are even active on this code level yet. Alright, so we're almost at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'll go for a little bit longer. We still have 8 people watching, which is really cool. Thanks everybody for sticking with me and watching this. Hope you're enjoying it.
Versus the Big Show. It's cooking. The Rock. Vintage Rock right here.
There it was.
Hits with the People's Elbow.
People's Elbow on the Big Show. Almost combo. Oh, almost. Oh, it did it. Good. Alright. So potentially, if I win this match, I can get back to doing my tag team mode, and hopefully, if I keep the ball active, I'll get the tag title match. Alright, here we go. Nope. Oh. That was awful. Bounced right off the post here, and I was expecting it to go up, and if I would have known, I could have popped that up and maybe caught it, but crap. Oh, over the top. Well, so much for that mode. I'm on ball 3 and under 8 million. Terrible. So this music is the classic WrestleMania music. Most people would remember from WrestleMania 9, around that era. Maybe, I don't know, did they start at 8? Might have started around 8. Also one of my favorite themes. Reminds me of renting all these pay-per-views on VHS tape when I was a kid. Back before you could really affordably own VHS tapes. Since they cost like $40 or more when they first would come out. The rental stores I know used to pay up to $100 for VHS tapes to be in the rental store. So I remember even in 1995, the Mortal Kombat movie, when it came out on VHS, that was still before DVDs really were available. And I went to a video store and asked him how much I could buy their Mortal Kombat VHS tape for. And he said that he paid over $100, but he'd sell it to me for $80. And I said, no thanks. Alright, that was a really low scoring game. And this table, I mentioned earlier too, it's actually the lowest table that I have. So all these new Sterns, I've noticed for some reason the front legs seem much shorter, or at least where they mount. Because if you look at like the Royal Rumble, the legs mount lower on the cabinet itself than here, where they're about midway up the cabinet. So you can technically get longer legs because these Stern legs are actually longer. They're just mounted higher. So it brings the table a lot lower. And I don't know if that's an intentional thing for maybe for kids to have better access. I don't know. I'm a taller guy. I'm about 6'2", so I like the tables. Like Nightmare on Elm Street's really tall. I like them to be a bit taller so I don't have such hunched over stance. And I've been standing here for what's probably getting close to 3 hours now. 3 hours? Yeah, it might be. Alright. Upgraded to HD vision with my glasses. They were getting a little fogged up.
Welcome to WrestleMania!
Triple H versus Dean and
Missed the Money in the Bank. Ball save, yep.
Triple H. Elbow.
I didn't even try on that one. Like, nope, it's going out. I'm not even going to try to save it.
Climbing the ladder. Suplex.
So there's also a counter when you hit the pop bumpers. It shows them smashing the guy's head into the commentary, and there's a counter on there that counts down. And I'm not exactly sure what happens when it gets down, because it needs like 50 head bashes or something. So I'm kind of curious if that actually... So 18 more. Maybe I'll try to just keep firing it up there and... Oh. Maybe I'm just getting too tired. My reaction time is getting a little slower here. I'm just going to fire it right up to the top. There we go.
Triple H versus.
Look at that. It claims that I got it, even though... That's funny. I just used the auto launch and sent it up there, but it looks like it gave it to me. So if I can finish this match, maybe I can get my tag team match going. No chance. I'm going to try that next time, though. I wonder if that's a glitch. If you use the auto launch when it's set up at the top of the ladder. That would be weird. Stretch my arms a little bit.
Triple H
Nope.
versus Bray Wyatt. On the ropes. Body.
It's very unique. I'm not sure why it gave me the briefcase. There we go. So I just hit that upgrade move, which I think means my next move should be a signature. Maybe not. I don't know if it gives you the signature or it just makes your regular moves more powerful. There's no way to determine how much life is left in your opponent, so I guess that won't matter. free knockout multi-ball.
Off the top rope.
Oops. At least at the beginning of this multi-ball, I think it's more important to keep the balls active in the ring, since there's a ball saver down here, temporarily. And then once that goes off, then it's important to pay attention to the flippers. Wow, there we go. 2 ramps at once.
Look at that, a jackpot.
It's pretty tricky to try to pay attention to the ring and the lower flippers, since they're both controlled by the same buttons. Even though it's lightly press the buttons in, you only flip the lower flipper. Oh, there's my kick out. And if you press all the way, then it activates the upper flippers too. So I'm still in this mode, but it started another match, which is kind of weird. Because you can hear the ring announcer announcing Hogan. Oh yeah, and there's Kane, which is the, oh dang it, the multi-ball, or extra ball.
He may get the extra ball.
Alright. So the extra ball is in the same place that tag team button is. Switch. Oh, come on, come on. Alright, let's try it here. Too early. There it is. Nice. Oh, do you see that? Oh, there it is. Okay, the animation wasn't starting. I was like, wait a minute, I got it. So now you get the Bella Twins butts.
He's improved his move.
Dang it. Well, at least I got the extra ball. But yeah, as you've noticed, without the multiplier, no chance at a high score. This game is all about that bonus. Ah, I did it. I didn't think I actually got it up high enough to touch the sensor. I'm technically still in a match, but it doesn't show me who I'm wrestling.
Power behind that move.
Oh, come on.
Triple H.
Oh, look at that, the Iron Sheik. I love the Iron Sheik. Oh, man. And I think that was it. Nope, got one more. Alright, so let's try that shot again. Ball 3. Nope. I had it, but not anymore. There we go. Come on, shake it, baby. There we go. You almost put me in the camel clutch, making me humble.
Versus Iron Sheik.
Rematch. Now it's for the title. For the United States Championship versus the evil Iron Sheik. Wow, okay, so now I must be on third ball now.
He's climbing the ladder.
There it is, I did get the Money in the Bank.
Briefcase. Money in the Bank.
So I guess if you're on the third ball, if you use the auto launch, so you hit both flippers at the same time instead of plunging, and you time it till the light is on for your Money in the Bank, you get the briefcase. Come on.
Top rope. Kick.
Oh, that's it right there.
Yes! Yes!
28 million, not great, but not the worst. Considering I had almost nothing going into that first ball. Alright, what time is it? 1 o'clock. Got 7 viewers. Let's see if we have anybody else I haven't seen. We got the Vilder. The Vilder. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but thanks for joining whenever you came in. Thanks for watching. Looks like everybody else is still hanging around. Thanks again for everybody sticking it out. You know, on the East Coast, it's now over 4 a.m. So super early on a Wednesday. So Tuesday or Wednesday? Lost track of the day already. Wednesday morning. See, I have a really bad sleep schedule. I'm up all night long and then I sleep in the daytime, and there we go, I got my bonus. You know what's funny? I always wonder, like on some of the... Hey, there's M3 Skers. What? How do we pronounce that? Me Skers? Thanks for joining. Feel free to join in on the chat. Everybody's kind of got quiet, so I'm wondering if people have fallen asleep with their Twitch open. I actually did that earlier today. I had laid down for a little bit, and I had Jack Danger on Dead Flip, and I was watching him play some Whitewater, and the next thing I knew, I was asleep and woke up just when he came back and was signing off. And actually, I fell asleep last night. I forget whose thread or whose stream I was watching. I ended up falling asleep in my computer chair watching really late. So how are you doing, M3 Skers? My fingerprints are all over where I've been pointing out the different targets. Try to practice my tag team shot. Not like that though. Let's see who else we have here. I don't know if we got the I don't know if my screen's updating. I see M3 Skers in and out. It doesn't appear that they are still in the channel. That's okay. Wrestling is not for everybody. Pinball is not for everybody. But it could also be that my list has not updated and you actually are watching. So if so, thanks for watching. Feel free to join in the chat. Let me know if you have any questions or if you have any requests or anything. So we got Steve Austin versus Roman Reigns, which I'm sure a lot of people would be happy to see at WrestleMania this year, for the simple fact that people want to see Stone Cold come in and whoop on some people. And I think a lot of people are not too pleased that Roman Reigns is even anywhere near the world title picture, let alone the champion right now. But next Sunday at the Royal Rumble should be interesting to see. The way they've scheduled is the Royal Rumble match itself is for the World Heavyweight Championship, which means Roman Reigns, of course, entering at #1, has to survive 29 other men to retain his title. I think a lot of people will be pretty upset if he somehow manages to win the Rumble for the second time and retain that title. I would actually be pretty surprised if they did give it to somebody else, but depends on what their plans are for WrestleMania. This time of year is actually pretty exciting, even though I don't like the current wrestling as much. The unknown of the Royal Rumble and the planning they have going into WrestleMania is always kind of exciting, especially this year with WrestleMania being in Dallas and expecting 100,000 tickets to be sold. They really have to step it up to sell those tickets. I went on the Ticketmaster website to see what kind of tickets were available, and it looks like all of the least expensive tickets, so pretty much the worst seats in the house that are like $50 to $100, all the way up to about the $1,000 mark, are completely sold out already. And then the only seats available are like the best ones available on the floor, but they cost almost $3,000. So I admit I paid a ridiculous amount to sit on the floor at WrestleMania 30, but it was under $1,000. I can't imagine. The same seat I sat in 2 years ago is now over 3 times the cost. The biggest expense really this year for me, because I didn't go all out on tickets or anything, the biggest expense is going to be airfare and hotel, because they jack the prices up knowing that there's going to be 100,000 people coming in from all over the world, and they can gouge everybody and get away with it. There was Stone Cold Stunner on Edge up here. He's technically considered a legend now. He's in the Hall of Fame.
He's gonna be much more effective with an attack like that.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
There we go.
Clothesline!
I gotta pin him. There it is.
DDT!
Wow, it kicked out really fast. Won the US title. There we go. Now I'm at my maximum 5x multiplier, which is really cool. So now I actually do want to start matches, because you get pretty good points when you win matches, especially as you get up into the title matches. There we go. Oh, come on. Well, that sucks, because there goes my multiplier. But I'll get a pretty good bonus that's probably better than I would have got just by winning that one match. And we're back. That's the thing, when you get that multiplier all the way up to the top, it takes a while between your ball. Let's see who's on chat here. If we got 6 viewers. Is anybody still awake? Am I the only one still awake? Well, I can't tell here. We'll just let it load and see what happens. too hard. I was going for my advanced bonus. It at least gave me a 2x bonus instead of 3, since I went all the way to the top. There's the stunner. That might be it for this first match. There we go. Alright. Showboat. Whoa, that was close. Being a little tricky about it because I'm trying to figure out the physics of getting that ball over to the tag team spot on the left side. But I started a match, so got to go up to the ring versus Ric Flair, Nature Boy. And my chat list is still not refreshing, so I don't know who we got on here. But again, for anybody who's still awake and watching, thanks for sticking it out. Hope this is fun. Maybe my voice is putting everybody to sleep.
Yes! Yes!
Didn't get anything on that one. Probably should have allowed the ball saver to kick it back to the ring. Whoa. Up. There we go. There it is. Stone Cold Stunner. That's the match. Alright, so now we got US title. I don't know if this is a title defense or if this is a new, I may already be on a new game. I've cycled through it so many times I've forgotten if I'm on a new game or an existing one. So I think this is the first title match. That's a dangerous shot there to actually flip with that middle flipper. Because if you hit that W, you can send it right down the middle. But now I've got the referee knocked out. So the idea here is hit all the targets up in the ring. Hit the referee ramps. No saving that one. Alright, so I got extra ball lit. Can I save it? Alright, this is a tough shot. I'm going to try it again. Right up the side for extra ball. Oh, almost. Ah. Well, it looks like I already had an extra ball, so I may have actually scored above 50 million. Or it's 52 or 54, somewhere around there to get an extra ball automatically. Well, there's Paulsum. Again, I don't know how to say it, but still lurking. Watching movies. Cool. Yeah, I appreciate you hanging out. I'm starting to feel the wall coming on where I'm going to get too tired to keep going, but I appreciate you hanging out. Alright, well that match is over. Ball 3, yep, I'm at 59. So the extra ball is still lit, so I need to go for that. If I can knock the ball out to the left of the ring, it'll go right in there. It's really hard to do it though. Ah, oh, wrong side. Oh, there it is. Extra ball and tag team. Oh, and the second tag team. Sweet. So now I can get up there, tag team multi-ball. If I don't lose it. Come on. Come on, gotta go up the ramp. Oh, almost. Oh, jeez. There it is. Steve Austin, The Undertaker, taking on Hulk Hogan and Triple H, maybe. So again, in this mode, you just want to hit all the flashing shots to get. Oh, they all went down the side. Still had a ball saver. Got 2 balls up there. Come on, hit some moves. So apparently there's nothing to do up in that ring at that point. So all I need to do then is be hitting these flashing shots. There's, whoa, holy crap. Massive earthquake. Super jackpot. Oh, saved it. About lost my phone. Wow, that was cool. Alright. Wow. Live catch on that one. $66 million. I need to focus on getting my multiplier up. Break 100 million. Alright, so this match is done. Let's see if we can do anything with the showboating mode. I don't think I've had a good showboat mode more than once tonight. So there, now the pinfall's lit. Oh, I missed it. You gotta hit that to cash in. Alright. So I've got another extra ball sitting there, which is awesome. 74 million. I'm gonna go up top and try to complete the rollover. Nope, maybe not. Oh, no. Alright, well, we got the extra ball. That was building up pretty good. Yeah, Undertaker, considering his age, is in pretty good shape. But when you go back and look at him like from the late 90s, it's no comparison. Oh, timed it wrong. Oh, alright. Ball saver. Yeah, a lot of the guys were on steroids back in the 80s for sure. They were larger than life, literally. And a lot of guys were still on them all the way up through probably about, not quite 10 years ago, but in the last, one of the strongest drug testing policies out there. So there's not many guys that are on any kind of steroids, and you can tell. I mean, you look at the guys; they're a lot smaller than they ever were in the history of professional wrestling. That's not a bad thing. It's just that's the way it is. And they're pretty particular about that. They're not letting anybody off. They've had situations where, you know, fairly large names have been suspended, and they have a 3 strikes rule. And there's a lot of big names that are on their 2 strikes after having been suspended. So they do take it pretty seriously. And and that's for the betterment of the health of the performers, for sure. But I gotta admit that I kind of miss those large steroid bodies. I mean, back in the 80s, the guys looked like He-Man action figures. I mean, it was cool. They were literally real-life superheroes and comic book heroes, which I think was a big part of the appeal. Let's go with our David Mania. High score 2. So my top was 99, 81, and then I think we did a 58. Those pretty good games. Oh yeah, Andre the Giant is amazing. He is. I've been watching a lot of old interviews with Andre. So they had Andre on the David Letterman show, and it's so funny because that was back when Letterman had a very tiny little like living room. And it's hard to tell how big Andre really is until you see him compared to an average human. When you see him compared to Hulk Hogan, Hogan's a huge guy too. So yeah, Andre's big, but you don't know a person. And so Andre's standing next to David Letterman and then sitting in this tiny little guest chair. I can't believe it held his weight, but it looked amazing. And of course, Letterman had no idea what to even ask Andre. He's huge. I mean, what do you ask a guy like that? So it's pretty hilarious. If you go back and find that, it's funny to see how awkward the interview is, but also seeing how big Andre is. Incredible. Yeah, he was truly the eighth wonder of the world. Never another guy like him. They've had giants since, but nobody like Andre. From both work rate and the drawing of power, the ability to, you know, capture the hearts of the audience like Andre did, and especially The Princess Bride. I mean, that movie is fantastic. I actually have an Andre Princess Bride shirt that says, "Anybody want a peanut?" Yeah, it's great. I love that movie. But yeah, Andre, what a great guy.
Welcome to WrestleMania, The Undertaker.
All right, we're gonna go with The Undertaker. My favorite of all time. I actually got to meet The Undertaker back in August at the Chicago Wizard World. So I flew out there specifically to meet him. And having worked in the wrestling business myself here in the Northwest, I had the opportunity to work with Paul Bearer and got to meet him, and he signed. I actually have a real urn that Paul Bearer signed before he passed away a couple years ago. And so when I brought the urn to Chicago and gave that to The Undertaker to sign for me, and it was pretty incredible. You could tell when he saw it, you know, it was special to him. And he took a lot of time signing his name on there and really making it look nice. And so now I have Paul Bearer and The Undertaker signed on a brass urn, which is pretty awesome. It's like the ultimate memorabilia for him. But getting a chance to meet him in person was incredible. Because The Undertaker is about 6'10", so even though I'm 6'2", I mean, I don't look up to a lot of people, but I walked up to him, and really it was like, it was incredible to see him in person like that. And of course, I'd seen him, you know, in the ring from ringside and watched him live in wrestling, but never have I stood next to him before, and that was unbelievable.
From The Undertaker versus Kane.
I also got to meet Kane at WrestleMania last year, which was cool because I've seen him, you know, many times in matches, you know, in person, live events, but I've never got a chance to meet him in person, so that was really cool. And of course, these days, he doesn't really play the monster character like he used to. At the time, he was corporate Kane, so he dressed in a suit and works for the Authority, which I particularly don't care for that storyline. I like Kane as a monster. He's a beast of a man, but also highly intelligent. What's really funny is he's a very active libertarian and does regular speeches and political speeches, and actually has a lot of really good ideas. Pretty incredible for a man that apparently survived a fire that killed his parents and then tortured and burned and maimed his brother, and all the fun storylines we talked about earlier, that the history of Kane and The Undertaker and Paul Bearer.
There's still plenty of fight
Really cool guy, though.
Undertaker. Crossbody. Suplex.
Yeah, sadly, yeah, I see there, I was catching up on the chat. Yeah, Andre, I believe his record was like close to 200 beers in one sitting, because it takes that much to actually get him drunk. He could drink everybody under the table. I think he mentions that on that Letterman interview. He asked him something about how many beers he drank in one night. But yeah, sadly, lots of wrestlers die because of all the abuse that they took in the 80s. Lots of alcohol, cocaine, pretty much anything you could think of, they were doing it back in the 80s. Of course, the steroids, years of steroid abuse will cause your heart to grow, and it just can't sustain the muscle. It just gives out when it's been abused that much. And sadly, a lot of guys have passed away. It's kind of a sad reminder because, like, if you look at the Royal Rumble pinball machine back here, this is the prototype back glass, and on this whole machine, almost half of the guys featured on that game are no longer alive. It's really a sad thing. The WrestleFest arcade game, 50% of those guys have passed away. And sadly, in the last year, we've lost, you know, Dusty Rhodes, Roddy Piper, the Ultimate Warrior and the Macho Man a couple years ago. A lot of guys. It's really sad too, because, like, in my case, you know, you grow up watching them and you feel like you know them, even though, you know, I have met a lot of guys. I've worked with quite a few of them, and you get to know them, and even the ones I've never met, you know, they've been a part of my life as much as, like, my family has, my brother and my parents and everything. You know, I've watched these guys on TV for the last 30-some years, and it's kind of, you know, you grow to have that connection with them. So a lot of people don't quite get it, but when you think of, like, David Bowie passing away recently, and Grizzly Adams, and Lemmy from Motorhead, and I mean, we're only 3 weeks into 2016, and we've lost so many people, you know, celebrity names that everybody, you know, grew up with and knew. It's one of those things where it's just, you know, it's a fact of life, but it sucks to think about, you know, just how many wrestlers have passed on primarily because of the drug and alcohol and steroids. And then, you know, a lot of guys, you know, some of them, like Roddy, you know, he defeated cancer. He had cancer and got over it, but, you know, that takes a toll too. The chemotherapy and all the procedures you go through can certainly have an effect. But yeah, I think that's one thing that I like about having, like, these classic pinball machines, and, you know, I collect the wrestling action figures of the guys from that era, and it's kind of nice to, you know, just remember the good times with them and have those memories. Because for me, I love the mid-'80s to about mid-'90s, and then, of course, the Attitude Era, but it's kind of a separate thing. For me, like, the late 80s, around 87, 88, 89, those are, like, some of my favorite years. And then going into WrestleMania 6, 1990, that was huge. And really, there was, you know, it had a slow year around, like, 94, 95 was kind of slow for WWF, but WCW was doing great. They had amazing wrestling going on there. The 90s were pretty incredible. Even as big as the 80s were in terms of wrestling, 90s just blew it out of the water. And then it, you know, took about 3 or 4 years, but the momentum really died off in the early 2000s. 5 was when I started losing interest in the current product, and it was, you know, really around 2007 when the whole Chris Benoit situation happened. That was a pretty massive impact on the entire wrestling world. That whole situation changed the business forever, and in many ways, that's what caused the new drug policies and the more stringent testing to avoid situations like that in the future, and just to help the guys that have been, you know, putting their body through so much, to give them the help they need for either to get cleaned up through rehab, you know, any medical issues. So as bad as that was, you know, maybe that led we're going to keep, you know, the current wrestlers alive, you know, for a regular lifespan.
He's hitting with more power now.
Oh yeah, I hadn't heard about Glenn Fry. I haven't been really checking Facebook as often past couple of days.
He's climbing the ladder.
Haven't been feeling completely well, so I ended up sleeping most of the day yesterday. And you know what's funny? So I wasn't feeling well, and I was watching Lethal Frag's channel, and then I didn't realize that he also does cooking shows. So I was watching for pinball, and then I started looking through and seeing some of his other threads, or on YouTube, and he's got all these great cooking shows. So he's doing, I guess on the creative channel on Twitch, he's occasionally doing these, you know, cooking shows. And so I ended up watching, you know, making chicken noodle soup from scratch. So I ended up doing the same thing. I followed the recipe and I got a whole chicken and put it in the crock pot, cooked it all night long, which probably was too long. But I made my own stock just like he did, and I got all the fresh vegetables, chopped them up. I followed the whole thing, and it was fantastic. It was literally the best chicken noodle soup I've ever had. And that's saying a lot, because my grandma made some amazing chicken noodle soup. But I'll tell you what, it wasn't quite like this. So I got to go on his thread sometime, or on his stream, and make sure to tell him I really appreciated that chicken noodle soup demonstration. And I think that's what's given me the energy tonight to play for going on over 3 hours of pinball after sleeping most of the day. But yeah, if you have any interest in cooking, definitely check out Lethal Frag's channel on YouTube, and he's got all the cooking shows archived. Yeah, pretty amazing. So he was a chef, oh, there I got the Money in the Bank, for I think he said like 7 or 8 years before he actually started doing the streaming for so many years. Pretty awesome. I'm really glad that he's doing pinball now too. And I tell you what, that Star Trek pinball machine he has is the most beautiful Star Trek I've ever seen. The Next Generation. Absolutely beautiful. And his cameras are, you know, I think he's doing 60 frames with like really nice cameras rather than these little webcams. And it looks fantastic. So definitely motivating it in terms of wanting to make, you know, my stream look as good as I can. That's a really good example of the right way to do it. Really entertaining show too. But yeah, the cooking shows are awesome. I went back and I actually turned on, he was doing French onion soup. And it's like an hour. I didn't realize it was that long because you know, I know how to make, you know, I'm really into cooking. I know how to make French onion soup. So I didn't think about it, but because it was a real live stream, there's an hour of him caramelizing the onions. So for pretty much the whole hour, he's just lightly stirring the onions and talking to the live streamers, or the people in chat. And so I had it on, and I was kind of just like messing around on my phone and paying attention, but I didn't realize an hour went by so quick of just watching onions gradually caramelize. But it certainly makes me want to go buy a whole bunch of onions and do it myself, because I love French onion soup. And now that I just made my own fresh chicken stock, I've got literally like 2 or 3 quarts left in the fridge. So I need to get some beef stock and do the 50-50 like he did. Looks pretty awesome. Yeah, I know he's got lots of subs, and I guess there was a huge Kickstarter that really, and the Patreon helped with those cooking shows. Really impressive. I love seeing people, you know, be successful, you know, doing what they love, and I'm so excited with just like finding so many people streaming pinball on Twitch, and seeing that you know, there's people actually making some money with it. you know, for me, I'm just doing it because it's fun, and I, you know, have all the pinball machines and games, and it's like, hey, that's kind of cool if people want to donate or whatever. But for me, it's mostly just about, you know, having fun, enjoying it, just like we're doing tonight, playing and chatting in here. And it's amazing. I've only been around on Twitch for like 2 weeks, but I already feel like, you know, a lot of guys hanging out, like you guys tonight. It's pretty interesting. Just getting to meet people that quickly and feeling like, you know, making friends with people that share common interests. Pretty fun. I used to spend a lot of time on internet forums for, of course, arcade and pinball. I still do that, but for wrestling and different games and stuff. And so I guess it's kind of similar with the aspect of getting to watch and play pinball at the same time. Pretty awesome. Oh, I started looking at chat and wasn't watching my ball. Yeah, I'm blown away. When I go to the main page of Twitch and I look at some of those featured channels, I can't believe how many people are watching. But I was really surprised, like, was it last weekend already? A little over a week ago, with Deadflip doing that week-long pinball stream, and then they had like 20,000 people watching pinball, which is incredible. And then his, it was a week ago Tuesday, his super long drunk night, which was amazing. That was one of the most entertaining, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours I've watched. Not a whole lot of pinball going on. He was playing Hurricane, but he was drinking a heck of a lot. And it had some great 80s music going on, which, of course, the recording, if you go back to watch it, is not nearly exciting because it muted out all of those 80s songs. But, man, that was great. And then he had his big picture of Vigo, the painting, set up on the on his chair and clothesline the hell out of that thing. Dancing on the ladder, tipping over. Oh, it was good. I hadn't subscribed to any channels, but I had to do it that night. He earned my $5 a month off of that. So cool. All right, what time are we getting to here? 1:45. Yeah, it was so good. I had to hang around on there and watch that. But there's no way he can pull that kind of stuff off every night. Nobody can. Like, I think he was trying to get all the beer out of the way because he went on his little juice cleanse the next couple of days, and then that led into the Rob Zombie night where they drank and had pizza and everything. So I think he wanted to just get it all out of the way, do his little juice cleanse, you know, have some fun, and now he's back to his regular schedule again. I watched a little bit tonight, but as I mentioned, I fell asleep. So I didn't get to see a whole lot of it, but we'd already watched Stash Kid play Whitewater, so I didn't really care to follow the Whitewater so much. But I guess he was playing foosball earlier tonight. So, no, I'm not a pro at all. I'm actually not very good. Wax Ram, thanks for joining. Just came in.
Oh yeah!
No, I just love games. And over the last, I don't know, it's been 3 years since I started collecting arcade and pinball machines, and it's just kind of gotten out of control. Literally, the house is packed with pinball and arcade machines. So what you're seeing here is just a small section of the entire collection. So this channel is going to be completely filled up. I just heard the Macho Man. So thank you for the follow. I can't read on my little screen here. The Vilder and Master McCleavey, the last two ones. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out, especially this late / early in the morning. So now, are you talking pro in terms of a pro gamer or a pro wrestler? Because I'm not either. I do work in the wrestling business, but I'm a video producer, so I do television production. I do local commercials, and we promote live events locally, and so I do all the video production for that and direct the show in terms of like technically cutting the camera angles and doing post-production stuff. But yeah, I'm not a pro wrestler in the ring. I know my role is behind the cameras, outside the ring, to support the guys who are talented athletes. Let's see. Did I see the Vice video on pinball a while back? I did not. I'm not sure what that is. The Vice video. Nope, you'll have to tell me about that. I don't know what that one is. Oh yeah, an hour behind. So yeah, I'm on the West Coast. I'm in Oregon. So at this time it is 1:46 a.m. on Wednesday morning, which I can't believe it's already Wednesday. I've not been feeling well, so I slept much of Monday and yesterday. Let me double check my... I think I'm going to adjust the camera angle again. It's been a while. I'll play around with it a little bit, get my hands a rest. My hands, I'm starting to feel, I don't know if you can see, but it's red from where I'm leaning on the edge of this pinball machine because it's so low. Alright, let's try this. I'm going to try a low angle. I may need to move it around my microphone here, and hopefully it doesn't screw up the cables. This little clamp I got, occasionally the little end comes off. It's kind of cheap. Alright. Let's see what happens. Yeah, sorry about the DMD camera. It's like bouncing all over the place. Let's go neutral on the ceiling so it's not so jarring. And let's see what we got. Wow, that's kind of unique. I don't know if I like it or not, but it's something different. So I'm looking across into my office on my computer screen over there to try to align this in real time. Yeah, we'll try that. Let's see if I can get the DMD back in place. Oddly enough, it's actually more aligned now. How funny. This little camera is really warm though. There we go. As long as I don't bump it. It looks like it might be out of focus, but we'll try it. Oh, we got another follower. Or I don't know if we got a follower or another person who joined. Pleb XD. I don't know how to say that, but yeah, there's an interesting story about pinball potentially being banned. It was banned for a long time. I believe it was in the 70s. It was Roger Sharp who actually had to go in front of a full court of, I guess a full judge in a court and show them that pinball is not a total game of chance, that there's actually skill involved. So he actually called a shot, made the shot in one attempt, and that was it. The judge was like, all right, we're done. We're out of here. So literally he saved pinball from being completely banned. But there's old footage of people destroying pinball machines with sledgehammers, and it's terrible. Of course, they're all EMs, and it was a long time ago, but that was one of the pivotal moments in pinball history to allow pinball to exist. And I'm just so excited that pinball is making such a resurgence, because as a kid, I loved it. I just couldn't afford to play it to get good enough. So now that I can afford to own one, I can actually play free play over and over and over. Technically, if you count up how much these cost with quarters, you're probably still paying more than if you just played with quarters, but I don't know. We'll see. I plan to own these for a long time, so I'm sure I'm going to eventually earn my money back. We'll see. Yeah, there are actually some states that pinball is still banned in the law itself. They've not rewritten the laws, so they are still they still appear as a gambling device. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, one skill shot saved pinball. Yeah, we've got Bye Fusey. I don't know if I'm saying that right either, but Bye Fusey, thanks for joining. Glad to have you. Huh, I'm going to have to check it out. You're talking about Miami Vice Pinball? Cool. Thanks for the subscription. Bye, Fusey. I can see my DMD camera is a little bit out of focus, and it looks like the readjustment of the playfield camera is now reflecting the back glass too much, so maybe that isn't going to work. Cool. Well, thanks. Really appreciate it. Yeah, make sure to click that follow button, too. That way, anytime I'm streaming, you're going to be able to see this pop up. Plus, you can access the archive. I've got some really garbage ones in there from this weekend. My first streams were here on Pinbot, and the audio was not fixed. So now that I have this mic set up properly, I know it's dropped out a few times on the stream tonight, but otherwise it should be pretty good. And throughout the next coming days and weeks, I'm going to be moving along and kind of showing each of these pinball machines, and especially the Genesis. That one is going to be, I've got parts, I've got LED lights, I'm going to be doing repairs, so I'm going to take the glass off, take it mostly all the way down to the playfield, clean it really well, put new rubber on there, really give it a good overhaul. But I'm going to do some gameplay first, then I'll start working on it, and then we'll restore it back and get it up and running again. Of course, the real Royal Rumble starts coming, it's actually on Sunday, this coming Sunday, so sometime between now and maybe Friday, I'm going to play the Royal Rumble on the stream. And as long as I played this one, I'll probably play Royal Rumble even longer, because I love that game. It's literally my favorite pinball machine of all time. Considering all the greats, I would play this game over any other game any day. And if you're a collector or an owner, or you want to own a game, the Royal Rumble is a great bang for your buck. You can get these in great shape for about $1,500 on average. One that's in really good shape. I put a ton of effort and expense into upgrading this with like the speaker lights, the new back glass, the custom topper, which there's only like 5 of these in existence. I have LED underlighting that interacts with the game itself. There's a new soundboard that plays the wrestler's theme music. So it's really been upgraded, over upgraded. I couldn't sell it for what I got into it now, considering all the extras I put into it and the fact that a lot of people just aren't into wrestling. So as great as that game is, unless you love wrestling, probably not a fun game. But I know a lot of people who don't like wrestling that love this game. So we're going to play that sometime, probably Thursday, I would guess, because tomorrow night is Paulie B's channel. He's going to be working on his Shadow. So after he's done with Shadow, maybe I'll kick on and stream some more, but we'll see. All right, I'm going to go check the focus on the little DMD camera, and I'll be right back on camera. Unsubscribed. All right, well, thanks for being here. Subscribe or unsubscribe, either one's cool. All right, let's get the focus fixed. All right, the focus is fixed. Where am I going to put my drink? Got too much stuff piled around over here. I've got classic Hulk Hogan, the giant talking Hasbro, which I'm working on that. I got the Ultimate Warrior. That was working on that as a topper to go with the title belt before I got the belt. And now that I got the belt, I don't know if I want to put the action figures back up there again. All right. Now that I look closer on my screen for the playfield, I don't like this angle, so I think I'll fix it again and maybe play a few more games. And because it's super early in the morning, late at night, I think I'm going to have to hit the bed pretty soon. So let's fix it. And of course now my DMD camera is going to be out of whack again. I wonder, instead of doing it this way, no. That's not going to work. There's just too much glare to be effective. That's not bad right there. Pretty similar to what we had earlier, but I think that gives you a little more view of the slight angle on it. And I'm going to have to go fix the focus again. All right. Sorry for the shaky camera here. I've got both cameras on the same mount, so when I go up higher with this camera, this one now has a really awkward angle because I don't have a very good... I'm just using an old microphone clip on the end of this thing. I don't think I'm going to be able to rotate it over properly. Let's see. Nope. I think we're going to have to be at an angle. I'll go fix the focus, but I think that's where it's going to have to stick for now. All right, well, if you can hear me, Kate Paulson, I'll be here probably another 10 or 15. We'll see. Thanks again for hanging out, and I'll be right back here. Let me fix the zoom, the focus. Alright, I think that looks okay. The DMD is at a weird angle. Oh, I forgot to close the window down. Hold on. Oh, kitty. Come on. Alright, so on the future streams, I'm going to have the DMD camera on its own separate stand, or I'll just order another one of these mounts that allows you to really reposition it better. I think I'm going to get a better camera too, because that's just a really old kind of crappy Microsoft one. Alright, let me double check the chat here. Yeah, too many balls. Yeah, I may actually take the glass out on some of these future ones. The problem with that is it gets super loud. So the glass really does damper the sound of the coils and everything, so it gets really loud. But I might try it because the glare is super annoying, and as bright as the back glass is, it reflects quite a bit. So I might do that on the future streams too. Alright, here we go. Let's play some rounds here.
Welcome to WrestleMania!
Alright, we're going to go ahead and play as Shawn Michaels. Ah, so weak. So with the skill shot there, the point is to plunge the ball up the ladder and have it stop where the lit screen is, and then roll back. But this game, the code that's written for this game is pretty out of date. So throughout the stream tonight, I've been pointing out some of the different areas where there's kind of glitches in the game or features that aren't fully activated. So a couple times you'll see stuff happen that doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of timing or interaction, but
Shawn Michaels is a man who rises to the spotlight, and he's doing so now.
so at this point I just won the match, and you're supposed to actually pose in the ring by hitting those flashing targets, and then you get a bonus if you hit all the poses, but it gives you a limited amount of time to do it. So at this point, I'm not actually in a match. So there's certain modes available when you're not in a match, like the tag team mode. Oh, right down the middle. If you want to start a match, you drop the 3 WWE drop targets in the center, and then you'll hear the ring announcer call it, and then you go up the ramp to the ring. So right now, the one that for points, you want to get the third one right there, and that gives you your advanced bonus. So by hitting that and rolling back, it gave me 3x bonus to begin with. And in this game, the only way currently to score high points is to build up your bonus to 5x, and then build up all the way so you have a maximum of 25 million when you drain the ball. And that's pretty much the highest points you can get for a single, you know, for one thing in this game. There you go, Wax Ram following, funky like a monkey. Thanks for the follow, really appreciate it. Started the match, so now we've got Shawn Michaels being entered into the ring, so I've got to get into the ring to see who my opponent will be. So at this point it's safer just to launch right up into the ring rather than try for one of the bonuses.
Shawn Michaels versus Cesaro.
So now I'm facing off against Cesaro. And to do moves, you bounce the ball off of the lower flippers, the lower ring post there, into the flashing lights, which are different moves. And when you come off the top, so when it rolls over through the flashing lanes, that does top rope maneuvers.
He's going to be much more effective with an attack like that.
Let's see if I can get it up there. There we go. And if it hits a flashing one, it's more powerful. So there's top rope, double axe handle. Just kicked it out to the left. There we go. Another off the top rope. Man. But you can hear the music change, so what that means is that move knocked him out, so the match is over. But Cesaro was the champion for the US title. Oh, that's the worst right there. When it comes around that inner loop, if it doesn't have enough momentum, it goes right down the middle. I need to get some Windex. I think a lot of these little specks are on the other side of the glass. I keep seeing them. Alright, so that was a pretty awful game. We're going to go ahead and start it up again. We'll be the Hulkster. Going to go for our 3. There we go. Right down the drain, but we've got the ball saver on. And in many ways, the ball saver is a better strategy than simply flipping it back up, just to let it go down and launch back to the ring. But at this point, oh, that was really bad. That was me not paying close attention there. Alright, let's try again. I went a little past, so I didn't get my triple bonus. Ball saver. So if you don't actually flip anything for the first few seconds, the game itself will flip the ball on those slingshots for you. But then you can time it properly to hit those targets. So that's the pinfall when you get in the hole up there. So I'd already done enough damage that I was able to get the pinfall even though I hadn't hit him with a finisher. So at this point now I'm trying to pose by hitting these moving lights. And then every time you do, the little pose animation changes. And now if I hit that center, the pin right there, then I would cash in my bonus. But there's a limited time. Oh, and I missed it just by a second. Oh, it still gave it to me. 300,000, which is not a very high score. So considering how much work it takes to get it, it's not worth much. Alright, Waxram, thank you for your follow, and thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you around again, and have a wonderful evening. / morning. Alright, so at this point I'm not in a match. So when you're not in a match, there's almost no reason to stay in the ring because there's no points available up there. You get some, but not for the effort you have to put in to get them. So outside a match, you can choose to try to start the tag team multi-ball, or go up top like this to get your rollovers completed for multipliers. Or you can hit all these referee shots to initiate the referee hurry-up mode, which is actually really fun. Oh, I started a match. So if you start the referee mode when you're in a match... Oh, look at that, Brock Lesnar. Last time Hulk Hogan fought Brock Lesnar was in 2004, and it was actually a pretty amazing bloody brawl where Lesnar destroyed Hulk Hogan. But yeah, if you start the referee mode during a match, then it shows the referee getting knocked out and a double team happens. And you So I'll try to do it if I can. I gotta go up both ramps plus the inner, that inner loop on the left side. Oh, that was bad. I should have bumped the table. So every time you drain the ball, you get your bonus that's built up here throughout the gameplay, but it resets after each ball. So that was a pretty low-scoring game as well. This game, on average, if you have a good game, you're looking at anywhere from like 35 to 45 million. A really good game is going to be about 56 to 75, and it's near impossible to go over 100. And I came really close tonight. My best so far tonight is 99 million. My all-time best is 133. So those are all tonight's scores. Yeah, I put up three of those tonight, which is pretty good considering I haven't played this in, I don't know, a couple months. Just because the code itself, they're supposed to be releasing a new update here any day, hopefully within the month, to overhaul the entire gameplay. Because what it has now is essentially what it came with, and it's very limited. It essentially does the basic functionality, but I truly don't believe you can actually get to Intercontinental or World Heavyweight Championship. And I've never seen the tag team mode. I've tried all tonight, and I've never done the technique that it's saying on the card here. I wasn't able to pull it off within a single ball. And so there may be rules that I just don't know yet, and they don't give you the rules. When you get the instruction manual for these, it doesn't tell you, especially on these because they haven't defined them all completely yet. So at some point we'll know, and after the next update, I'm sure they'll release a updated shot matrix and a bunch of the modes and everything.
Oh yeah!
Excellent. Who do we got there? Officer Dale Day. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. I should probably check and see how many people we have in the chat room here. We also have Anonym192 and Blaze Dope Buds. Thanks for joining. Marin Plumpin, RJSDN2582, and RRINLE123. So, welcome. I don't know if there's a special pronunciation on those, but thanks for joining. Really appreciate you following. It is now 2:10 here in Oregon on the West Coast. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to stay on here, but I see we've got 12 viewers, so I'm going to go ahead and keep playing for a little bit longer. I think I've been going over 3, maybe almost 4 hours now. So this is a long one.
Welcome to WrestleMania!
Alright, here we go. We're going to go with... We'll do The Undertaker this time. A little bit too hard going over the top of the ladder. So every time you start a game, it immediately starts you in a match. So you have to complete the first match before you can do any other modes. So the goal here is to just get the ball back up in the ring and then hit the targets on the ring ropes. Hard part is getting control of the ball in the lower playfield to get it back up to the top. Alright, there we go. So we've got a big body slam. Oh, that was it. Back to the top. If you go through one of the flashing rollovers, it gives you a stronger attack, like a signature move. There we go. Irish whip into a clothesline. Shoulder block. Go for the pin attempt.
The Undertaker
Got him.
is victorious.
So, oh, kicked me out before I could even pose. Alright, so now we're not in a match. And I just started it. So, starting the match is by dropping these drop targets. So now the ring announcer announces you to the ring. And then you go up the ramp to start the match and it gives you an opponent. Versus Bray Wyatt. So this is a rematch from WrestleMania 31 from last year in Santa Clara, California. There it is. Whoa, Tombstone Piledriver. I've got a Rumble motor shaker inside this machine, so whenever you hit the finishing moves and the super jackpots, it pretty much makes an earthquake in the house. It's way overpowered. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. If you don't hit those straight on, there's pop bumpers right there too. So it can reject it right at the beginning. Alright, let's go for advanced. Nope, didn't make it. So on some of these, especially when you're in a match, if you miss your skill shot, it's almost better just to let it drain when you have the ball save and it kicks it right back to the ring for you. Because otherwise, with low momentum, you get stuck having to shoot the ball back to the top, which can be tricky to maintain the control on the ball in the lower playfield.
Oh, yeah!
Excellent. I heard the Macho Man again. Chodesley. Cream of the crop. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you hanging out. Always happy to have people on here watching some excellent pinball action. A big suplex in the ring. Alright, so in this mode for multi-ball, at this point all the multi-balls are essentially the same. You just hit all the flashing arrows for your ramps. And as long as you have more than one ball going, your multi-ball stays active. Oh. I think I still got that. Nope. Sometimes if you lose a ball but you hit your ramp at the same time, it'll still give you the jackpot. There we go, got Macho Man again. What we got here? Good Guy Gary. Thanks for the follow. Snap into a Slim Jim. Gotta love the Macho Man Randy Savage, despite the fact that they did not include him on this Legends of WrestleMania Pinball Machine. It's a real shame that he's not in here. Hopefully that will change with the code update, but I highly doubt it because of the legal licensing issues involved and the politics in pro wrestling. Very likely that we won't see any major additions to this game besides new rules to the gameplay. It's always possible they'll add more wrestlers to the animations, but not holding my breath on that one. I think I'm going to actually customize where Daniel Bryan is on the plastic up here doing the flying headbutt. I think I'm going to make a new plastic and print out, get a nice reverse print on there of the Macho Man dropping a flying elbow drop. That would be the perfect location for it as well. Alright, well, let's see, we've got G33 Wiz. Thanks for joining. I'm not a pinball wizard. I just love pinball and I love playing it. And the more I play, the better I'm getting. Like, I haven't played this for several months. And better as the night progresses. The bottom line is, though, for scoring well on this machine, it's near impossible because of the way that the rules are put together. You really have to build up your multiplier, which is very difficult because you can't do it when you're in a match, and the matches start pretty easily. So my best tonight is 99 million. Average games are like maybe 30 million. But I do know a lot about pinball. I primarily repair and restore and fix games, but I love to play them too. So tonight's been all about gameplay on this WrestleMania Limited Edition from Stern. Yeah, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. There's a lot of great people out here that are streaming pinball. We've got... actually, I'm only like 2 weeks into using Twitch, so this is technically my 4th stream. But there's a lot of great people out here that stream, usually earlier in the evening. but they've helped me out, you know, assisted me with the equipment. There we go. Thanks for the follow, G33 Wiz. Funky like a monkey. All right. Yeah, these are technically video games. they're pinball, but they're video games, and some pinball machines actually do have video modes. On the Royal Rumble game here, there's a video mode where you grab a steel chair and just bash the hell out of whoever you're fighting. Other games have more interactive video modes, where you'll have, like on the Terminator 2 game, you can actually target and shoot Terminators that are coming at you. Star Trek has a mode where you're actually flying through tunnels with the Enterprise and dodging things. It's pretty cool. Some people hate video mode though. Some people are into pinball and they just hate video mode. So, oh, I accidentally started a 2-player game. So, let's go with Cena. Oh, there we go. I got my advanced bonus. So I got 3x off hitting that. Went right down the drain, but that gives me my ball save. And I mentioned it earlier, but sometimes on this game, the way that they've coded it, it's almost better to hit your skill shot, let it drain, and then have it send it right back up into the ring automatically. Because you still have your 3x multiplier there. Oh, there we go, gotta save it. So at this point, because it's the beginning of the game, I have a match started that I have to get up in the ring, and I've got Cesaro up there as my opponent. There we go. And when you hit the flashing rollover lane, you get a much more powerful move. So there was a top rope move. Missed the pinfall there. Got to get back up into the ring. Nope. There we go. There's a big... Oh, I was going for the DDT. Whipped him to the rope with the clothesline. Got to go for the pinfall. It's really hard to time it to get it to bounce right into that slot at the top there. Oh.
Yeah.
There we go. Roscoe, I can't even read it. I'm looking all the way across the room to read it, but thank you for the follow. After I'm done with this ball, I'll take a look there on the screen and get your name right. There we go. Alright, so I defeated Cesaro, so now we're out of a match. So at this point, I can start another match. Whoop, about to lose the ball. I can start another match by hitting the E on the WWE drop target. But since I'm not in a match, this also opens up the ability to go into the tag team mode by hitting the tag targets. Oh, I already hit that one. Oh, save it. Outlane. So when you roll over these outlanes, you'll see the lights show up, and when you spell yes with the exclamation point, it adds a bonus to your crowd bonus. But the game doesn't have any official rule that actually implements that yet. Technically, when you're not in a match, you can bounce around in the ring. Here we go. We got Steve X-Link. Thank you for the follow. Let me go ahead and double check who that last follow was. Make sure to give everybody credit. Rocco's Floyd. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but thank you again for the follow. Thank you, Steve X-Link. And I'm following along on my little iPhone here, trying to watch the chat here. Let me go through and get caught up here. Yes, John Cena. Chodesley, thanks for watching. Yes, this is in my house. This is my living room. So I've got my whole row of games here, but the rest of the house is packed with arcade machines. I've got a pinball here, Road Blasters cockpit, the full 7-foot-long sit-down Road Blasters. There's an upright race driving simulator, Mortal Kombat 1, 2, WrestleMania. I've got Lethal Enforcers, the light gun game, Bad Dudes, RoboCop, and a 4-player WrestleFest, and that's just in the front. The back of the house is packed with other games, and I've got a storage unit and a couple studios that I've got more games in. So I do have, in addition to these pinball machines, I have Date East Batman, which I've been working on a lot, and the original Firepower. So I got Firepower 2 in the end. Here we go, Osric 1847. I recognize that name. Thanks for following. Really appreciate the follow. Yeah, so we'll have a lot of stream. Oh, got another one. Who's this? Can't even read it. Manuel? I'll have to wait till it comes up on my phone. But thank you all for joining and following. It's really cool. I enjoy playing the games. We're going to have a lot of fun in here showing all these different arcade games on real arcade hardware. So I'll set up the camera similar to this for pinball, but it's going to be on the full arcade machine. So you'll see a long distance view of the full game, plus the screen tied in, and then any other, you know, the marquee of the game.
Oh yeah!
There's another follow from looks like Anonymous 192. Thank you for the follow. Let me double check. We've got Manuel Gallego. Hope I'm saying that correctly. Thank you again for the follow. Yeah, the driving sim is a lot of fun. It's one of the very first 3D driving games. Not anywhere great compared to the current games, but it's very blocky. Came out, I'm thinking it was like 89 or 90. I forget the year. I could actually look real quick. What do we got there? Look, kitty. Move it. Yeah, 1990. So race driving, it's actually the sequel. The hard driving came out earlier, but race driving was from 1990. And it has force feedback on there and a stick shift and a clutch. It's really cool. A lot of fun. Yeah, possibly a raid. This is actually a lot of people coming in, so I really appreciate it. Whoever set it up, perfect. Thank you so much. Question, do the flippers do anything when the ball is in the ring? So the flippers up here, the lower ropes are actual flippers, so they work just like the slingshots, but you can control them with the flippers. So the point when you're in the ring with matches is you want to hit the targets on the opposite side of the ring, and that performs the moves. When the ball's in the lower field here, it still clicks the flippers, but they don't really do anything at that time. But the buttons, you can press in halfway, so you can do it one flip, and you get one flipper going. When you press it all the way, then it flips the upper one and then this middle one. So it's kind of pressure sensitive. There's two little switches inside, so the harder you press, the more it presses into them. Total for arcade machines, I've got about 50. There's probably 35 that are fully working, but I've got about 50 including storage and projects too. So I will have some repair stuff on this channel as well, restoration and repairing. I've got a lot of monitors for these games that need to be fixed, so I'll be doing some soldering and fixing. I don't know how much of that will be on the stream, but we'll see if anybody even wants to watch it. Alright, let's get back to this game. So I accidentally started a two-player game, so now I'm playing ball one of the second player. So we'll go with Steve Austin. Texas Rattlesnake.
Oh yeah!
I just heard another follow. We got their Sub Future. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Snap into a Slim Jim. Got to give some love to the Macho Man Randy Savage since he is not included in this game, unfortunately. Also got to give a little credit to Gorilla Monsoon. If you don't know who he is, he's right here on the front of the cabinet. Famous wrestling commentator from the 80s and early 90s. What a wonderful guy. Used to be a monster of a wrestler, a really great bad guy. But also became one of the most beloved commentators of all time. Alright, so we're going to try for the tag team mode, if I can do it without draining here. So for tag team, if you're not in a match, you can hit these stand-up targets. So you can see the flashing tag over there. I've already hit this left one. I've got to hit that stand-up one. Oh, I missed it just barely. And once you hit both of those stand-up targets, then it unlocks the tag team target on the left. Oh, right down the middle. And you got to hit this I think two times, and then it activates the tag team mode, which is essentially just another huge multi-ball. Alright, now we're back to Steve Austin. And the idea here is I'm trying to time the ball to match where those lights are, and each light represents a different bonus. So the third one is actually advancing your multiplier to 3x, which is really the only way to score high in this game, is to build up your multiplier. So there we go, got a match started. Steve Austin versus The Miz. A match nobody wants to see. Or maybe they do if you just want to see Austin destroy him. So there's a big DDT. There we go. Top rope, double clothesline, or double axe handle. So at this point, I just knocked him out. So now I'm trying to pose on the ropes to get more bonus. It's really tricky because the lights keep moving, and you have to hit at least 3 of them, and then it opens up the pinfall hole. So there it goes. Oh, and I fell out the ring. So that actually wasn't too bad. I ended up with over 3 million bonus from that pose down. All right, let's try for tag team mode again. So there's the first target. Whoop, whoop, whoop. All right. Let me look at my my chat here. I'm getting behind a little bit. Yeah, thanks. I know a lot of people are interested in some maintenance and repair, so we're going to definitely do that pretty soon, actually. I got to get on that Genesis. Yeah, flipper solenoids, that's exactly what I got to do on the Day to East Batman. Everything is working pretty good except for my flippers now, so I'm going to actually rebuild flippers from scratch, and that's probably the first thing I'll do when I bring that Batman home and get that back to the house. Chodesley, thank you so much for that. You're going to invest all your money into the Twitch stocks for this channel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm really new to Twitch, and so this is kind of, technically it's like my 4th stream. So I'm really glad that everybody's enjoying it. There's another follow from CR Zomg, what the WTF. I'll read it when it comes up on my screen. Thank you for the follow. That's funny. Oh yeah, Osric, it's it's getting super early on Wednesday morning for most people on the East Coast. Yeah, I know how that is, staying up all night and having to go to work in the morning. So thankfully, I can sleep in until noon, and then I can do my work tomorrow afternoon to get caught up. I didn't expect to be streaming this long, but... And no, I don't think there are stocks for Twitch. Who knows? I haven't looked into it, but... How funny. There we go. Let me take a look here at the names. Yeah, is it... Crazy OMG WTF, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. And Subfuture, I missed you earlier. Subfuture, thank you for the follow. Alright, let's get back into it. So I want to hit the left stand-up target for this tag team mode. There we go. So now I've got both of the stand-up targets. Now I've got the tag team on the left is activated. So I've got to hit that shot, which is really tricky. So you got to pass the ball over to the right side. So that's called a... post over, and now I need to target it directly up the left side, which is really tricky, so I usually try to align my view. Oh, I missed it. Shot too early. There it goes. Got it. So I got to do it one more time to activate the mode. Let's try it on the fly. Nope. Alright, we're going to catch it here. Alright, one more time. Ah, oh, missed it. It's really tricky because you gotta flip right when it's on the end there just to get the momentum up that side. Oh. Nope. Alright. Back to the top. Which is okay because that's how you actually advance your multiplier, is completing all the rollovers up there. So before you start a match, it's a good idea to do that as many times as you can to get your multiplier up higher. Oh, that was close. Oh. Little save there. There it is. Alright. So now I got to go up the ramp, just like that. Now I got my tag team started. So there's Steve Austin and The Undertaker and a tag team against Hulk Hogan and maybe Triple H. So at this point, you want to hit all of the flashing targets. So all the ramps, there was one. There's the other. Now I need to hit the side ramps. Good, just hit the super jackpot, shakes the whole house. Thank goodness I don't live in an apartment. Neighbors would hate me. There we go, another jackpot. Massive drop kick off the top rope. There we go. Up to 4x multiplier. So the multipliers are important because when your last ball drains, you get all the bonus that's racking up here in the center. That was pretty good for tag team, so I think I'm going to try that again if I can do it. Let me pull up the chat window here again. Yeah, imagine if a girl was here. I'll be honest, that doesn't happen very often. I've got a good sense of humor about it. Oh, I lost the ball. Yeah, that's kind of uncommon. Well, we're up to 15 viewers at 2:30 Pacific, 5:30 East Coast. Wow. My cell phone battery is about to die, and I've already used my bonus battery, I think. Yep.
Player one.
So I'm probably going to have to shut down here pretty soon once the battery kills it, because I won't be able to see what you guys are writing. Yeah, I definitely need a laptop or some kind of a tablet. I don't have that. Yeah. Yeah, Pedo Bear. Not a chance. I haven't set up a donate button, but I think there is a donate option in there. So, if anybody wants to, cool. Thank you so much. I'm not asking, but that is really cool. Alright, let's go ahead and try it again here. Too much power, but it got me up to the ring. So technically I haven't started a match yet, even though I went up into the ring. Usually it'll start that when you hit over the top, but I have to hit the ramp first. Alright. There's the tag team mode again. Oh, don't go down. Alright, here we go. Alright, one more for tag team. I think if I start a second tag team... Oh my goodness, I almost lost it. If I start the second tag team mode, it's possible it might be a title match, which I've been trying to do all night because I've never seen it. There it is. Now I've got to go up the ramp. It is, look at that. It shows the tag titles up on the screen. Now I just got to go up the ramp. Ah, come on. There we go. John Cena and The Rock taking on Triple H and Steve Austin. If I complete this mode, then I win the tag title, which I've never done on this game, which is awesome. It makes the 3 to 4 hours of streaming tonight worth it if I can do one new mode. There we go. Multipliers up to 3. We've only got 2 balls left, so that went pretty quick. Oh, lost it. So I don't think I won the... I didn't win the tag titles, probably because I didn't hit all of the jackpots. But that's pretty cool. That's the first time I ever had a tag title match. Come on, ball. There we go. So I think there's glare on the camera, but up in the top of the ring there, you can see where the flippers go. Oh, I hit the finisher on him. Nice combo, come on. Alright, now the referee's knocked out. So in this mode, there's double team. Basically the same thing as the other mode with multi-ball. You just want to hit all of the flashing ramp. Oh, look at that. They're all just draining. Alright, so my kick out and break hold is lit in the out lanes, which is great. So if the ball goes down the sides, it'll actually shoot another ball into the playfield for me. So I've got a good chance here at hitting some major jackpots. And I've got a good multiplier going. Alright. So one thing I'm doing here on the left, I'm cradling these extra balls. Oh, I don't know if it's going to work. Sometimes you can extend your multi-ball by holding onto one on the left and just playing with a single flipper. Probably shouldn't have let go of that one. Oh, it's going to fall. Okay. So when you get two cradled over here, you can do really light taps. Let's see if I can do it. There's ways to bounce it over. That's too strong. Sometimes you can bounce one over to the other side for a cradle separation. Lost it down the side. Not bad though. So there we go. We got Kane set up under the canvas for extra ball. Oh, wow. About lost it there. There it is. So now I'm at 5x and I've almost maxed out my end of ball bonus. Referee mode just started, so now I can loop all the way around the top. Which this is a really cool mode, but it's hard to maintain. And the score goes down the longer you wait for each shot. Oh, there we go, extra ball. And you get to see the Bella Twins' butt right there on the DMD. All right, here we go. Come on, time's running down. Oh, I missed it. That's a cool mode, but it's like, man, whenever you activate it, it's so hard to keep those ramps going. That's so funny. I can't even repeat some of this stuff. Yeah, I need to set up, I think I don't know what the limit is to get on followers before you can actually get a subscription button. But I'll be doing this pretty frequently, and I'll probably be doing it really late night on the West Coast here, so if this turns out to be a good time slot, because there's a lot of people who play pinball during the early afternoons on the West Coast and evenings, but we usually take turns, so there's quite a few people that do it. So if we have, one of our friends playing pinball, we'll kind of hold off and chat in his room, and then one of us will take over the next stream. Sometimes in the afternoons or early evenings, you'll get like 2 or 3 streams going at once, which is pretty cool. But I definitely have a unique set of games that most people don't, because I like games like these wrestling ones that are not entirely popular, but they're a lot of fun still. Subfuture asks, are pinball machines normally run at places at the basic end, or are they more specialized? I'm not sure if I understand the question, but typically there's actually, like retro arcades now that are full of pinball machines. Just depends on the part of the country you're in. Here in Oregon, we have a lot of arcades full of pinball machines and arcade games, classic retro gaming. It's actually a pretty big deal here in Oregon, which is awesome. A lot of times they're just in bars or restaurants too, and you'll see like the new Metallica pins or AC/DC or Kiss. Those ones are pretty popular in bars. There's also Iron Man and Avengers, and there's a new Spider-Man one that was just announced. Lots of really good games coming out from Stern Pinball. Oh, I knew that was going down, but I do have the extra ball, so that saved me there. And look at this, I got my, probably a max multiplier. It would give me close to 25 million points for a bonus here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into setting up some sort of partnership or something. I'd like to do that. So I plan on streaming pretty frequently, and I've got more cameras that I'm gonna set up, and I'm actually looking at getting 60 frames per second on at least the play field, because with the ball moving as fast as it goes, it would be nice to see it, you know, with higher frame rate, to be able to keep track of it better. I keep forgetting I set this up as a 2-player game. This is actually one of the longer games I played tonight. But I'm doing pretty good on both of them, actually. Alright, so we got John Cena starting up a match. It's John Cena! There we go. Versus Dean Ambrose. Alright, I gotta get up in the ring for this match. There we go. Big suplex. That took him out. There's the pinfall.
A big win for the C Nation.
Yeah, if you're getting audio cuts, if the audio's cutting out, I think it's because this microphone I have is plugged into a hub and everything is running back to the computer on like a 15-foot extension. So I have noticed that there's occasional little dips in audio off of this mic. So I'm going to have to figure out some way to get the computer closer, or maybe have a dedicated powered hub just for this to make sure there's enough power. Sorry about that. I'm starting to lose my voice too. I've been talking for like 4 hours now. Yeah, I have one powered USB, but that's actually running both of these cameras and the microphone, so I think that's probably too much. I've heard people recommend not to use more than 2 cameras or 2 devices on a powered USB hub when you're running it back that far, especially with cameras, because these are capable of running 1080p, and I think I've got them at the 720. The whole stream itself is 720, but I think each one maybe is 1080 and then scaled down. So I'll have to double check. I'm still playing around with some of the settings. Alright, my skill shot's going really fast now, so I think I'm just going to plunge all the way to the top. Missed it. Big points, 500,000, not so big. Alright, we got Sheamus. Oh, almost rolled out. There we go. Oh, there's the AA. The Attitude Adjuster, otherwise known as the FU. Prior to PG era WWE. Look at that. Oh, only a 2 count after a drop kick. There it is. AA out of nowhere. No. Alright. Oh. Got to get back up into the ring to finish this match. Oh. Oh yeah, this shit. Yeah, the DMD camera, I don't know if you can see from this camera, is on a weird little mic clip at a weird angle, and it doesn't have a nice mount, and so I couldn't get it to straighten up. I can twist it, but then it won't stay because it's just this stupid little rubber clip. I need to get a better clip for it. Yeah, it could be. So, let's see. People are asking if I sell them. I don't really sell them. That's part of my problem. I have too many because I just collect them. But I usually like to buy them cheap when they're broken and then fix them up and restore them back to their original state. So pretty much all my games are exactly the way they were in the arcade when they were shipped. Like my Mortal Kombat 2 over here, at some point somebody painted black all over it and turned it into something else. And so I've actually been scraping all the black off, and the paint underneath, the original art, is beautiful. But I bought some reproduction artwork because the adhesive they put like stickers all over it, and so it's pretty destroyed. But I'm working it out. The side art's looking pretty good. The monitor needs a little bit of repair, but the Mortal Kombat 1 looks amazing. WrestleMania looks like it's almost off the factory floor. I got really lucky with that one. I found it in a pizza place, and I just made an offer to the owner, and he's like, yeah, take it. So that was great. I had originally gone up there to look at an old... It's a Kangaroo game that was painted over, and they had some other game in it, Arkanoid breakout style game, and they were going to dump it, and they're like, we just want it out of here. So I went up there to get that one, and then I saw they had WrestleMania, which is actually pretty rare to find an original that has the side art, because the Undertaker is featured on the side, and there's no reproductions available. So I got a really good deal on that, picked that one up. But pretty much all my games are original dedicated, and if they're not, I try to restore them back into that state. But oftentimes, if you know what to look for, you can get a conversion cheaper. Like there's Donkey Kongs out there. Donkey Kong alone will sell for $600 to $800 in decent average shape, if not higher. A lot of times you can find a really garbage conversion into some other crappy game that wasn't originally Donkey Kong, and then you can take that, buy the kit to upgrade, rebuild it, and then have a Donkey Kong for maybe $300 or $400. You can actually get a lot of games really cheap if you're looking on Craigslist, but they're usually not very good. You want to look at the wood quality. If they've ever been left out in the rain, don't want to even deal with that if there's mold on them. But if the game is mostly there and it just is not, the monitor is not working or it's scratchy or something, you can usually fix that. Alright, let's keep playing. Ball 3. I'm actually doing pretty good. On this one, I'm up to 88 million, which is now my second highest score of the night. My best so far is 99 million tonight. My all-time best is 133. So at this point, there's no match happening. I don't need to really stay in the ring up there. I'm going to try for the tag mode again. There it is. Alright. Oh. That's the worst, when you lose that momentum and then there's nothing you can do. Yeah, painting over a pinball, there's actually a lot of people that'll paint over pinballs. It doesn't make any sense. Most of the time you get arcade machines painted over. Alright, here we go. David. David Mania. 88. Yeah, that was my second best tonight, so that took over my other 88 score. Other one, not so good, 24. That's about average, but the 88 million is pretty decent on this game. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how many arcade machines get painted over. And the main reason is, like, most of the games I find like that were painted over in the 80s. The Frogger that I have, I'm restoring an original Frogger. It was pretty much, they took the artwork out from the bezel around the monitor, spray painted it black, cut up the control panel and put a spinner in and turned that into an Arkanoid, which Arkanoid's fun, but they replaced it in a Frogger. So I've actually cleaned that. I got new reproduction artwork, new marquees in there, cleaned up the sides, new side art, it looks beautiful now, but the monitor is missing green, so it's very purpley looking when you play it. So that's another game. It's at my downtown studio that I'm going to bring in and probably work on that on the stream. It's very close to being done, and Frogger is a great game. It's really simple, but it's classic, and people love it. All right, G33 Wiz, thank you for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Yeah, East Coast, it's really early. Good luck with your job hunt. Thanks for tuning in here. Yeah, Mortal Kombat video games, Chodesley. Mortal Kombat 1 and 2, full stand-up arcade machines. I can probably, let's see if I can turn my camera. I've got a bunch of crap piled on them right now, so it may not show up. Plus, it's really dark in here. So there's Mortal Kombat 2, original Mortal Kombat, and the WrestleMania is right there. And I've got a bunch of artwork and parts that I'm working on. I haven't really worked on these in a long time, so it's pretty dark to see, but that's where they're sitting back there. Let me try to realign this back over to the pinball machines. It's a little crooked now, I think, but that's all right. But yeah, those are the full stand-up arcade machines. And for me, like when I was a kid, Mortal Kombat 1 was like my favorite game of all time at the moment. I have a Joust, an original Joust, and that's the first game I ever put a quarter in when I was like 3 years old. And so I remember that one, and I had to have it. But Mortal Kombat, I grew up like, you know, just being obsessed with that game. Having, you know, after school, instead of taking the bus home, I would go over to the local convenience store that had a Mortal Kombat there, and I'd have 50 cents and play a couple games. And then have to walk a mile and a half home, but I do it just to play that game, even though my mom wouldn't allow it. And these days, you know, kids, you know, 10-year-old kids are not walking home alone. It was great. I loved it. So I knew I had to have one eventually. Mortal Kombat 2. That's another one that was huge because it's technically better than 1, but I have a lot more nostalgia for the first game. And then WrestleMania, just the idea that I want to collect all these wrestling games, I had to have that. And the fact that I love The Undertaker and he's on the side art. Plus, there's Yokozuna. Who loves Yokozuna? I mean, the giant sumo wrestler. He was fantastic. I think I just lost my phone. I did. The battery's dead on the phone, so now I can no longer see the chat. So I think that might be time to wrap it up. I can head back to my computer for the chat for just a little while, but... And it's really early. I don't even know what time it is now. A little after 3 a.m., so... Thanks everybody for joining. Really appreciate it. If you had a fun time watching, I'll be streaming off and on throughout the week. I'll probably come up with a regular schedule soon. So at least there will be a guaranteed time each week. But my schedule fluctuates so much with work and everything else that I don't know exactly when. But it's almost always going to be late overnight since I do work during the day out of my home here. So I'm going to head back to the chat room. And thanks again. Be sure to hit that follow button if you want to return and check it out when we start playing some of the other games. And thanks again. Have a good evening and a good morning.